What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to episode 40 of the Silver and Gold. Long time no see. I'm Josh.
And I'm Mike.
And today we're going to be discussing several different topics, but kind of going a little bit like faster pace on the initial several topics, and then really focusing on what our thumbnail is kind of focusing on, and that's the A's relocating to Sacramento. If you're watching this live, you're going to have to bear with us, as the show goes along, in order to see one of the following topics that I'm about to name. But if you're going to be watching this on a replay and not live, you can probably jump to the specific topic in the video that you would like to see. As for the past several episodes, I've been putting in the description the timestamps, so you're able to jump to the specific section that you want to see. So the first topic that we're going to be going over is 49ers free agency updates. Then we're going to hit Raiders free agency updates, Tom Brady to the Raiders, NFL kickoff rule change, and then A's relocating to Sacramento. So we're going to get right into the first topic, and we're going to talk about the 49ers free agency updates. So there's not really much to talk about in terms of like anything that's changed. There's just a couple free agents that they've added since the last time that we were able to go live. So one of those being Patrick Taylor Jr. Has been signed as a free agent to a one-year deal. He was one of the backup running backs on the Packers. And, I like the move because the 49ers need to add to the running back room. I anticipate, and this is kind of like a couple weeks early, I anticipate they're going to add a running back probably late in the draft. But I think the more bodies that you have heading into camp, probably the better. And then you can kind of, if you're Kyle Shanahan, decide, who is the most reliable running back. But really, anybody who gets added to this running back room isn't going to see much playing time. So, it's still going to be McCaffrey, Mitchell, and Jordan Mason. Even Jordan Mason doesn't get a lot of touches. But, if one guy goes down, another guy could go down. You definitely want to have a good platoon. So, or at least a good room of running backs. So another free agency acquisition is they signed tight end Eric Saubert, and I think he's coming from the Texans, if I'm not mistaken, but they signed him to a one-year deal, and, they're going to have him compete in camp with Cam Latu, Braden Willis. I heard Cam Latu had a really bad camp last year, so it's no surprise that the 49ers are looking to replace him. And then you might be noticing, I don't remember if last time we were able to mention, but the 49ers had signed Brock Wright from the Lions. But Brock Wright was a restricted free agent, and the Lions were able to match the deal that the 49ers offered Brock Wright. And so the Lions are bringing back that player, and he's not going to be with the 49ers. So,
yeah, I don't know if I would say the Niners are necessarily replacing Cam Latu, because I don't know if Latu and Saubert are the same, mold, if you will, for the tight end position. Because I think every tight end or every team tries to have a blocking tight end on the roster. And I kind of wonder if Brock Wright and now Eric Saubert were sort of that role for the offense, whereas I don't think Cam Latu's that guy. Unless I'm remembering the wrong player, I think he's more of a, passing threat than a, run blocking sort of guy.
Well, as of right now, he's neither, because last year in camp he couldn't catch the ball apparently. But maybe it might be the jitters of going through your first NFL camp. So we'll see what he is, how he comes to training camp this upcoming season if he's improved. If he's not, I see the 49ers, telling him to take a hike or putting him on the practice squad. So can you put a third-round player on the practice squad?
You could put any player on the practice squad. It's just a matter of
If
will
they'll get
another team claim
yeah.
him. Yeah.
And then in terms of other free agents, let's see here. The 49ers have added cornerback Rock Ya-Sin. They signed him today to a one-year deal. And Mike is very familiar with Rock Ya-Sin, or at least more familiar than maybe us 49er fans. Mike, is there anything you can tell us about Rock Ya-Sin?
Yeah, I can tell you that if I had to guess, he will not be at the bottom of your depth chart like he is right now. Then
Mhm.
again, he might end up being a camp body. Uh, I really don't know because he went to the Ravens, I want to say last season, a year or two removed from the Raiders. And I thought he was a hell of a corner back when he was on the Raiders playing under Gus Bradley. And I thought that, he was a starting caliber corner. Like, I would say maybe just slightly above average or near average. But he was able to go out there and make plays. He was a pretty physical guy.
Mhm.
The problem was he got injured, and I don't remember what the injury was, but I think going to the Ravens, he didn't get much playing time because they have a really good defense. Um, so I don't know if his play has gone down or if he kind of just got supplanted in the Ravens backfield or what, but you know, I think this can be a pretty sneaky good signing, especially for depth for a
Mhm.
roster that I think needs that.
Yeah, well, I would say that they don't need any more cornerback depth. Uh, as we see here, they've got three free agent additions to the cornerback room. I don't think that they're going to draft anybody based on like what they have right now. But one thing that's interesting, and I'm really glad that I put the years remaining on contract. I feel like maybe Chase Lucas, Isaac Yiadom or Yadam. I'm sorry if I'm botching that. And Rock Ya-Sin might be competing with a guy like Ambry Thomas, who also has 1 year left on his deal. Ambry Thomas was a starter for the 49ers, but he is probably the weakness on that defense. Or at least he was for the majority of the season this past year. And then like whenever he's been out on the field, teams have, I guess, been able to target Ambry Thomas. And, that's just kind of one of the holes that have been on this defense. So I don't know, Mike, does Rock Ya-Sin play, does he play primarily on the outside?
From what I remember, he played, I would say, if not exclusively, mostly, as a boundary corner.
Mhm.
Um, and I don't know if you just said this, but Ambry Thomas is the slot corner, right? He's the
Ambry,
nickel interior.
I feel like Lenore plays a lot of the nickel.
Hmm. So yeah, because if Ambry Thomas is playing outside, I'll say it right now: Isaac Yadam and Rocky Sin will be competing for his job, like come preseason.
I feel like it depends on the matchup for the team. Like obviously different teams have like better slot corners that are going to be targeted more, but I swear I've seen Ambry switch from the inside to the outside, but uh,
Yeah,
it's I can tell you one thing for sure. Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore are going to be on this football team, and the rest of these guys are going to be fighting for roster positions. There's going to be 3 roster positions, I think, outside of, outside of these top 2. They're going to be fighting for 3 spots, and there's 6 players right here. So that's going to be very interesting going into training camp. And then In terms of other moves, I don't think that they've made any other moves. But another thing that the Rockyasin and these two corners that they signed earlier that we've discussed in the other episode kind of entail is they are not going to bring back Terrence Mitchell. If I'm being honest, I couldn't tell you a single thing about Terrence Mitchell. And they are most likely not going to bring back Jason Verrett, who has suffered like 7 season-ending injuries in his career. It's awful. But yeah, I just don't think that there's any room to fit those guys. You know what I mean? And if we do like a live reaction to the draft and the 49ers at some point select a corner, I'm just going to say, well, that was a waste of a pick.
Well, that's I think when let's say what 3/4 of your cornerback room is on 1-year deals, I wouldn't say it's a waste of a pick, especially if he turns out to be the next Richard Sherman, 5th round pick that becomes the top corner in the league. You never know. I mean, this defense, nothing shocks me. I think, yeah. And here's the other thing about the Niners, dude. They have like the most picks in the draft, or like the second most. They have like 11 picks, which puts them in a prime position to trade up any given moment they want to. But they could also, they could see, I'm sure, I mean, they're the pros, but from what I've seen the past season, doing this pod, for lack of a better term, covering the team, my opinion has been that they need depth. They are a top-heavy team, and they need depth. And now having 11 or 10 draft picks, perfect. Go get depth. And signing, 3 extra corners, I wouldn't call them extra, because Samuel Womack and Darrell Luter, can you tell me a single thing about them?
Well, I can tell you that Womack balled out in the preseason his rookie year, and we saw nothing else of him since then. He hasn't necessarily gotten a good opportunity to showcase, his talents in much regular season, let alone playoffs.
Right.
And then when it comes to Darrell Luter Jr., I can tell you that the ball bounced off his foot in the Super Bowl, and then that forced Ray McLeod to have to make a play on the ball, and Ray didn't dive on it, and the rest was history. The Chiefs were able to score their first touchdown 1 play later.
Yeah. So I think both of those guys could be clear-cut, practice squad guys. And even you'd be surprised, a lot of veterans make the practice squad if like, I don't know who Chase Lucas is. I don't know if he's like a core special team sort of guy.
Yeah, he's like a special teamer from Detroit.
Okay. Oh, that was the big, like really good special teamer, huh? So he'll probably make the team. He'll probably be like your 5th or 6th corner. And then I think Adam's definitely making the team. I think Rocky Sin he could be the 3rd corner, or he could be cut on 53-man cut day. It's a complete variance for me with him, because I don't think the league has seen him in a while. Or they've seen him, but not as much as he used to play. And, having a lot of injuries doesn't help with that. So, point being there, I think the Niners honestly could draft any position, and as long as it's a good pick, it's not a wasted pick. And I'm sure you would agree. It's just, I don't think you can have too many good corners, especially when most of your corners are on 1-year deals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then so just kind of another update. Since the 49ers signed that running back, I kind of swapped out running back from the 49ers' biggest needs to center, because, if Jake Brendel were to miss time, who do the 49ers kind of have behind him? So I think that's one of the biggest needs in this upcoming draft is guards, right tackle. I think you can upgrade from Colton McKivitz, and then a backup center. So, or I mean, if you can upgrade from Jake Brendel, great. You know what I mean? If not, you definitely want to be looking for a backup.
I know. Okay. you kind of alluded to this, but maybe right now is a good time to talk about it. But we plan on doing an NFL draft focused pod in 2 weeks,
Yes.
really in a week and a half at this point. I think we want to do it on the Monday before the draft, right? Which the draft is exactly 2 weeks away. Like, well, not to the hour. It'd be like in the 20s by now, but we do want to do an NFL draft centric show in 2 Mondays from now. And then we also want to do a live show during the draft. We'll figure that out when we get there. But point being here, I'll give you one player name that ever since the Senior Bowl, I was just like, this dude is going to be good. Jackson Powers Johnson. I hope I got that right. From Oregon. Badass name, but just an absolute brute of a center. And because of the sort of how would you call it? You know, like all the corners or quarterbacks are expected to go like 1, 2, 3, 4 because the position value is just like skyrocketed. Like the center positional value is so low today that even though I think Jackson Powers Johnson might be like a top 20 player in the draft, he might fall to 31. And man, if he did, that would be a hell of a pick.
Yeah, I don't know much about that player, Jackson Powers Johnson, but I'm really glad that it was you this time that mentioned how great his name was, because I feel like, I don't know, maybe I have undiagnosed ADHD, and that's just kind of like what I hold on to. But I was like, you ever hear a guy who has two first names? Like, let's just say their name is like Brad Felix or something like that. Like, their first and last name could be considered first names.
Right.
So like that guy has 3 last names in his name.
Yeah.
Jackson Powers Johnson.
And one of them is Powers, which is just like,
yeah, baby, yeah.
You're just powering up your last name. Is it Powers Johnson?
Yeah. No. Jackson Powers Johnson.
Wait. No, it's Jackson Powers Long Johnson. Wait, no, that can't be right.
Long Johnson?
Are
we able to? This is a kid-friendly show, Mike.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're ready to move on to the Raiders free agency updates. Are there any, Mike?
There is one. There is only but one. Do you have the thing to put on the screen? That thing?
Yep, this thing.
The spreadsheet. Okay, I'm just gonna scan the roster really quick. The only change that was made was at right guard, with Jordan Meredith signing his tender to officially be signed for another year on the team. We talked about him kind of at length on the last pod. We had Joel in the comments kind of talking about Meredith and Thayer Munford, and that potentially being a battle for the right guard position. I think the draft is going to be very telling, especially on that right side of the offensive line, as far as what's going to happen there. But yeah, that's the only update. So I guess because it's so short, I guess I'll just kind of give my thoughts again 2 weeks before the draft. Like as of today, and things could change, and really every day it does change, because it's like, God, we could get a quarterback, and then it's like, well, when you really look at the roster, it's like that right guard and right tackle just screams at me, and so does corner. I couldn't care less about fullback. They could sign 2 undrafted free agents, and for all you know, they find the next Alec Ingold. They probably don't. It's very unlikely, but you could find somebody, or even in free agency if it's, if you don't find anybody. But you got to keep whoever your quarterback is, you got to keep him protected. I think Meredith is fine, and I think the idea of Thayer Munford's, sliding over to guard is very intriguing, because I thought he played well at right tackle and even held up at left tackle at times. So, yeah, but right now I just think I wouldn't say the writing is on the wall, but for me, I think if I were the GM today, I would be picking best right tackle available at 13. I would consider, if an offer was made, a trade down. If I were able to get, let's say you're sitting at 13, obviously. The Saints are picking behind us. And I've been listening to podcasts and everybody's saying like the Saints are desperate for offensive line help. Like they're so screwed right now because they had the right tackle. I forget his name, but he has like a knee injury and it's like career threatening. And he's like 2 years into his career, ex first round pick. So they need a tackle, they need guards, they need everything, and that's just Derek Carr's career right there. But maybe a team calls the Raiders trying to jump the Saints for one of the top guards or tackles. Maybe it's a team like the Seahawks at 16, or I don't really know much else of the draft order, but let's say it's 16. Maybe it's like 20. I don't know. You could trade back. You pick up like a second round pick, whether it's this year or next year. Maybe you add a fifth round pick too. You move back, and you could still take the top tackle that's left for you. Maybe it's Guyton from, I think, Oklahoma State. That'd be fine. And then what you can do, I guess this will be my last thing as far as what I would do. I would prefer 13th overall, though. I would prefer to stay pat, best tackle available. Talise Fuaga, J.C. Latham, whoever's there. And then the interesting thing that I heard, and I don't know what podcast it was. I think it was the Athletic, like draft podcast or whatnot. They were saying that what's interesting about these QB needy teams in like the second wave of QB needy teams. So first wave obviously picks 1, 2, 3. And then you have like the Giants at 6. Second wave, Vikings, Broncos, Raiders. Vikings and Broncos, they do not have second round picks, but the Raiders do. Obviously, the Vikings got an additional first round pick from their second round pick. They look like they're ready to, trade up to the top of the draft to get a quarterback. The Broncos, I don't think they have a third round pick either because they traded one of them to go move up for Riley Moss last year. The other one they traded for Sean Payton. They are in like no man's land right now as far as draft picks go. And this first round pick they have at 12th overall, the Broncos, is the first like top 30 pick that they've had in like 3 years because of Russell Wilson and Sean Payton trades. But point being here, the interesting thing for the Raiders is the teams that are competing with them at their level in the draft don't have the picks in the second round to move up later in the first from the second. So let's say the Raiders play a game of chicken and they don't take Michael Penix at 13. Assuming, let's say, Bo Nix is also on the board, right? You take Talise Fuaga at 13. You let the draft play out a little bit. One of the teams that's a little sketchy for like, oh, they might take Michael Penix is the Seahawks at 16 because the Seahawks like offensive coordinator, offensive line coach was the offensive line coach from Washington last year. Like he knows everything about Michael Penix. And the regional, they're right next to it. Like the owner of the Seahawks, the general manager, they all probably watch a lot of Washington football. So they know if they like Michael Penix or not. But let's say he gets past them. And then you start getting towards like the Rams and those sorts of teams. The Raiders could use that second round pick that the Broncos and Vikings don't have to trade back up into the first round, get their quarterback. And then they have the right tackle to protect him and the quarterback of the future, hopefully. And whether you let Meredith and Munford battle it out at right guard, or if you don't give up a third round pick in that trade, in the third round you pick a interior offensive lineman, and then you're set. Or probably a corner because you're going to need somebody opposite Jack Jones. Although I still think Xavier Howard is still sitting out there in free agency just screaming to be signed. So you could sign or draft a 3rd-round corner and sign Howard. I don't think that's hard. It's just a matter of playing a little bit of chicken with the quarterback position in the 1st round of the draft. But I'd rather do that than like pick Penix at 13, hear all the fucking flack about oh God, what a reach. He should have been a 2nd-round pick. And then in the 2nd round, they pick a tackle that's like, oh, he kind of needs a year to develop. Whereas like J.C. Latham and Talisi Fuaga are just like ready, pretty much.
See, but if you do, Fuaga with your first pick, you run the risk. I mean, this is assuming Penix is still available. The Broncos might take him right before the Raiders pick. But if Penix is still available and the Raiders pass up on Penix and Penix was their guy and they take the tackle, you run the risk of coming empty-handed quarterback-wise. And then are you going to build this badass roster and not add a quarterback to it? Like I'm thinking that it should be your absolute priority to get the quarterback that you guys want to add to, the rest of the draft that you're going to be also drafting instead of like, I mean, it's going to be nice to have Fuaga, but like, I don't know. I just think that after Penix, what is the drop off with quarterbacks? Like, I'm not saying mortgage your future to go up and get one of the top 3 guys. I'm just saying if he's available there, do you pass up on him? Because if you do, you might not get him back.
Oh, for sure. And I think the drop off after Penix is, massive. And I don't envision them being very high on Bo Nix. I think, if I'm being honest, this is probably the right time to say this, but there is a lot of heat or rumors, whatever you want to call it, growing that it just came out like this morning or something, or yesterday, like the Raiders, or maybe it was like Mark Davis gave Tom Telesco permission to trade up for a quarterback. And to like go get a quarterback. And like, if I'm being honest, all the whispers, if you want to call them that, and like little inklings on Twitter from different like insiders and even Raider fans, it all screamed to me one way or another, the way that it was delivered, that part of the reason Tom Telesco was hired was specifically for him to get the Raiders a quarterback. And I really believe Mark Davis, the way that he is, he probably believes in this team pretty heavily under Antonio Pierce. And this is going way back, but, pairing Antonio Pierce, a rookie head coach, with a veteran GM, it does make a lot of sense. And I think if Mark Davis is all in on this current team, which you can tell Antonio Pierce is, it's kind of all or nothing for him. You get this GM who knows how to play the system, has done it for 11 years. He's successfully drafted Justin Herbert, even though he just, had to sit there and wait for him at 5 or whatever overall, but still, he obviously picked the right guy. I just feel like Mark Davis, like knowing him and kind of the way that he acts, I feel like he probably told Tom Telesco, like, I need a quarterback. Can you get me my quarterback? And Tom Telesco, I mean, obviously he's not going to say no, but like, I think, point being here, there's a lot of rumors right now that the Raiders are looking to trade up, like I'm talking top 3 pick, and I think the clear-cut guy there would be Jayden Daniels because of the history with Antonio Pierce dating back to Arizona State. He's a good deep passer, and that was something that Antonio Pierce talked about when he was describing what kind of quarterback he wanted. He wants a guy that's, been through it and he's played a lot of football. I mean, he's played a lot of football, and he's won. I would even go as far to say that at LSU, they had such a shitty defense, he was putting the team on his back, His build is a little sketchy. Go ahead.
Do you want to like have a little bonus topic right now? Do you remember we were talking about like 2 weeks ago about Jayden Daniels' elbow because the
Oh
fantasy
yeah,
doctor was talking
yeah.
about it?
How do we forget about that? Yeah, you can
Do we
bring
want to
it.
do
Pull
like
up.
a
Yeah,
all
pull
right.
up a photo. I'll keep
I
talking for now. You or go
I
ahead.
have
Yeah.
concerns on whether or not Jayden Daniels will like survive in the NFL for very long because I saw like recently a whole highlight reel of him jumping into piles and getting smacked. Like I just
Yeah,
don't understand how you're going to be able to do that at the NFL level and survive.
I think he probably has like I'm him syndrome or like I'm invincible sort of. I don't know what it is, but like it's like he thinks he's playing high school football, and these are like borderline NFL defensive linemen he's just jumping into. And like what I was saying before you kind of started talking was like his frame does kind of concern me. When we get to the elbow, I'll just say it now. His elbow doesn't concern me because if he had an issue, it would have popped up by now, you know. But still, seeing the photo, it's like, what the hell is that? I have never seen that before, you know. But my biggest concern with Jaden Daniels is probably the same concern I've had for all of Lamar Jackson's career. Although you know, with time he's kind of bulked up a bit, but that mobility and often using that poses the threat of obviously getting injured if you get tackled the wrong way, whatever it may be. He's a pretty light guy. He's like sub 190 pounds, I think. Maybe a little bit above 190, but yeah, jumping into piles is like the worst thing you can do besides I don't know, getting hit dropped.
Mhm. No, it's a horrible idea.
Yeah.
So Jesse Morse, who considers himself a fantasy football doctor, but is like an actual credentialed doctor, posted this picture. This was on March 27th, and so he sort of just hold on. He kind of diagnoses this picture that Ian Rappaport tweeted, and so Dr. Jesse Morse kind of goes into detail on what he's seeing in this picture. And then, you know, those of you who are watching, you can see there's something not normal about his throwing elbow right here. And it's not Photoshop, uh, or at least if it is, you know, it's just kind of crazy that an NFL insider would, you know, post a picture with like a clearly like what would look like it's altered picture. But Dr. Jesse Moore says Daniels appears to be dealing with Operation Burstitis out of his right throwing elbow. This is an inflammation of the bursa, which is a sac that is usually empty and is there to protect the bone underneath. We have them in several joints, including the elbow and the knee. Banging your elbow um, Banging your elbow against a hard surface often results in inflammation of the bursa, causing the body to fill it with fluid. This is a protective mechanism to prevent fracturing the bone underneath. These are very common and more annoying than concerning. Um, as long as they are not infected, these can be drained, aspirated with a needle, but often these sacs will fill back up. I've had good success with injecting PRP, plasma from the blood, to make these go away permanently. Um, for some people, these are very stubborn. These are quite an eyesore and look really funny, as you can see with Jayden Daniels. Yeah, definitely. Um, these usually do not have a negative impact on the player or person. This should not impact his ability to throw or cause any pain. Literally, just a visual oddity. So, yeah, that I mean, I know it's more of a visual oddity, but man, that looks like it's painful. Like if that was my elbow, that looks like it would be, you know, very painful to throw the football. But I
Yeah.
mean,
I almost
I'm not a
wonder.
doctor and I'm not Jayden Daniels, and it seems like he has no problem throwing the football.
Yeah. I almost wonder if they just happened to take a photo right at the perfect moment where like because the arm is kind of doing this motion,
Mm-hmm.
like it's like you can see my elbow kind of stick out when I go like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like when you're swinging it back and throwing it, like if you catch the photo right there as he's like swinging it back, like that looks normal,
I
But
mean, it's kind of a little bit, I
yeah,
could see it where at like a different angle, but this is for sure
yeah,
like, I mean, what is that? Like a little, like, an alien growing out of there? Like, what's going on? What's going on in
yeah.
there?
The thing that throws me off is the muscle and how the shading cuts into that. You know, that's where
Would
I
you
thought it was fake.
would you
I was
arm
like,
wrestle this
no,
man? I'd run
I would.
away, dude. I'd run away screaming, and I'd like ask my mom, like, please tuck me in tonight. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but I mean,
But
if he's my quarterback, I'm definitely not arm wrestling him. I don't want him arm wrestling anybody.
yeah, I guess it's more of a non-story, after reading the entire thing. But just looking at the pictures, it looks concerning, and I'm sort of glad we have it as a topic because, like, you know, there might be people who might see this and like be concerned about the elbow, but if you don't like actually read the whole thing, it's it really shouldn't. It isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, the elbow's really not a fear for me. I think he's got all the arm talent in the world, and he has played some very, very good football at LSU, um, and even at Arizona State, which Antonio Pierce would uh, know firsthand. And with all these rumors about the Raiders want to trade up to top 3, yada yada yada, or top 4, whatever. Um, I'm definitely intrigued. I think 5 years ago, younger me would have been like shaking, just like I can't wait for this draft. And I don't know if I'm like becoming hardened or jaded or whatever by this
Pause.
team. Yeah, well, I will become hardened if they do trade up. But then again, I'll also be a little flaccid because it's like, damn, 3 first round picks. But sorry, whoa, that was weird.
Michael.
Yeah, I know too much of this, really. Long Johnson. Um, but I don't know. I guess we'll like when the day comes, I'll be excited. But like years ago, I'd be like, I just can't wait for this draft. I'm just so excited, yada yada yada, just nonstop. Like I'd be all in on these players, and like I'd be pissed if we didn't get them. But now it's like I just hope whoever they get is the best. But when the day comes, when the moment comes, like when pick 2 is in, and it's like the Commanders have selected, and I hope it's not Jayden Daniels. I hope it's either Drake May or I really hope it's JJ McCarthy, just to like blow up the draft and like make everybody freak out, because then
Mhm.
somebody good is making it to 4. It's either May or it's Daniels, and I think the perfect scenario for me is we go Caleb Williams, JJ McCarthy, Patriots stay and pick Drake May. And then the 4th overall pick would be the Cardinals. And the fear is that the Vikings will outbid the Raiders no matter what. They have 2 first round picks next year. They have a first round pick, or sorry, this year.
They have,
They have
yeah,
a
two
they
this
have a
year.
pick 2 this year. They have another one obviously next year and the following year. Basically, they have 4 picks the next 3 years. The Raiders only have 3, so it's like you have to accommodate for that if you're going to beat out the Vikings. That's tough. So maybe the best case scenario is the Vikings trade up to 3 and they take Drake May, and then it's the Cardinals at 4 and Jayden Daniels is somehow still there, and it's like, let's fucking do it, But again, final thing here for me. If I'm the GM, I'm staying at 13. I'm taking the best offensive tackle there, because this year's offensive tackle class, there's going to be an offensive tackle at like pick 20, or I should say offensive lineman, especially on the interior, going past pick 20 that would have been a top 10 pick the past 2 seasons. That's how good the offensive line players are in this like top of the draft. Like, you're going to have bona fide first-round talents from other classes sitting there in the 20s, which, could be a good reason for the Niners to trade up. But I just think that, the Raiders can get a top-end tackle at 13, and they have the ammunition to trade back into the first round, and hopefully Michael Penix can still be there for him. But I don't know. I've heard a lot of people say that Michael Penix is a second-round guy. I've heard a lot of other people saying, I like Michael Penix more than this guy. I like Michael Penix more than that guy, as in McCarthy, even Drake May. So I think I probably side with you on, if Michael Penix is their guy, take him at 13. Don't question it. You can get a tackle in the second round, and you're not trading any picks to do so, So, yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you aren't able to get Jayden Daniels or Michael Penix, a potential name that might be on the market might be Tom Brady. What do you think, Mike? Is Tom Brady going to go back to the Raiders? And should I play that clip from earlier today?
I think you definitely should. I watched it before the stream started, and my ears perked. So,
yeah, you got that. What's that guy's name? Jackson Powers Johnson. You got that. That Jackson Powers Johnson. Okay.
Imagine if his name was Austin.
Austin Powers Jackson. Oh no, Austin Powers Johnson. Sorry.
God forbid somebody goes down.
Okay. Oops. All right. So this is a 30-second clip from, I guess, Deep Cut with @VicBlends. It is not my intention to copyright, but let this serve as a shout out to that channel to blow up that channel.
It's Twitter. Just pretend it's Twitter.
Okay, there's a situation, right? Maybe it's the 49ers. Maybe, heading to the playoffs. Offense is great.
Patriots.
Somebody.
Raiders
look,
could be. You never know.
God forbid somebody goes down. Would you pick up that phone?
I'm not opposed to it. If they would, I don't know if they're going to let me if I become an owner in an NFL team, but I don't know if, I don't know. I'm always going to be in good shape. Always be able to throw the ball. So to come in for a little bit, like MJ coming back, I don't know if they let me, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Okay.
I don't know if they'd let me, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Well, there's two things. There's that, which is interesting because at some point we're going to have another topic about it, but he's still in the process of being granted the ability to purchase a stake in the Raiders. Until that happens, he can play in the NFL. Once he gets that stake, he can no longer play in the NFL. So I kind of wonder if that's what he meant at the end of that video. But what perked my ears was the fact that he went out of his way to name drop the Raiders. And maybe it's just because he's purchasing a stake in the team and he has his own personal investment in them. But also you could have said any other team. You really could have. He could have just stopped at the Patriots. He could have just stopped right there. The Niners were his hometown childhood team. The Patriots, we all know that that's his team. He
didn't say the 49ers. The barber said the 49ers.
Right.
And then he said the Patriots and the Raiders. Right. I think that's a very key distinction.
And I almost wonder if he's legitimately thinking about it because the two teams that he did name have clear-cut vacancies at quarterback. Whereas the Niners don't. The Barber's point was, let's say the Niners are making the playoffs and they need a quarterback. God forbid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you be opposed? I'm not opposed. Of course, he's not opposed to signing with the Niners right before the playoffs.
And winning another Super Bowl. Yeah.
Dude, that would be ideal for Tom Brady. But the fact that he named the Raiders was just okay, interesting.
I feel like if Tom Brady was going to come out of retirement and play quarterback, he would have done it this past year with the 49ers because there were reports that the 49ers were going to bench Brock Purdy. This was before the season, but they wanted to bring in Tom Brady, and Purdy would be the second string quarterback behind Brady, and Brady was going to be able to play and potentially win a Super Bowl, which I think is crazy because I think Purdy had such a great year. You know what I mean? And then that kind of being a story in the background is like kind of a little fucked up, but like adds to the story a little bit. Like,
Yeah, I mean, coming into the season, Brock Purdy only had essentially a half season under his belt, right? And it was like perfect up until the injury,
mhm.
right? And then you have this season
Was a
where
huge question mark.
it's a huge question mark when you only have half a season of a quarterback. Like, if Aiden O'Connell played different teams, but if Aiden O'Connell played similarly to the way Brock Purdy played his, first 8 games or whatnot, like Raider fans would be so divided right now, and like, no, Aiden O'Connell should be the guy, or it blah 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 because of the draft capital and whatnot, right? But
Yeah.
I think I don't know. I just think it never made sense to me for Brady to go to the Niners unless an injury happened, because I don't know. I just felt like Brock Purdy clearly won the job. And then just like kind of saying, hey, champ, ride the bench. The GOAT's coming in. Like that just, I don't know. It doesn't exactly seem right. But then again, it wouldn't be the craziest thing. It is Tom Brady. So,
I mean, Brock Purdy didn't even play badly in the Super Bowl.
no.
Like, he played pretty well.
No, yeah. I just
And
think
then-
Brock Purdy's not the guy to be supplanting with Tom Brady. I think Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell are. And really, whatever the guy's name is, number 4 for the Patriots, whoever their starting quarterback is as of today.
Bailey Zappi.
Bailey Zappi, yeah. But the Patriots,
I guess it might be
have,
Jacoby Brissett, huh?
Oh yeah, Brissett, good point. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
Brady
think,
and Brissett would never work as a quarterback tandem.
yeah, is very old, but also like the one thing I will say with these teams, these front offices, for one thing, the Patriots is a brand new regime. The only thing that's the same is the owner, but they paid bridge quarterback money for Brissett, as did the Raiders with Gardner Minshew. So it's like, I don't know what Brady would demand, but it doesn't really make sense financially, when you could just draft a guy, whether it's at 3rd overall, obviously for the Patriots, or 13th for the Raiders.
I would hope that Brady would go to the 49ers, even as a backup. He won't go as a backup. And he won't even go to the 49ers, period. I think the 49ers are all in with Brock Purdy. And Brady's just like, what, about to be 46, 47? Like, dude is old. Like, hold on, let me look that up. Tom Brady age. 46. And he's going to turn 47 in August. So he'll be 47 this upcoming year. Like, I think Brady has had enough. And I think we have had enough of Brady. But if he was to come, I would want him to go to the 49ers. And I would want that deal to go through with the Raiders and him become an owner of the Raiders. So that way I can say, hey, my 49ers quarterback owns the Raiders.
Yeah, no, again, he wouldn't be able to until after he's done playing. But I think I'm just mocking up this idea in my head of like, okay, the Raiders go into the draft, they try to play chicken at quarterback. They select Talisi Fuaga or J.C. Latham or whoever at 13, and they want to trade up in the first. They can't because the Seahawks take Michael Penix at 16. It's like, fuck. And then it's like, whatever, they go with Minshew and Aiden O'Connell for the season. And I mean, honestly, I was thinking about this the other day, like Aiden O'Connell playing with a makeshift offense led by a rookie offensive coordinator damn near put the Raiders on a playoff, path, right? They were fighting for the playoffs after starting 3-5 or 5-7, whatever they started with McDaniels. And I think you give them a full season, you never know. And you also have Gardner Minshew. But okay, just before whatever funny thing you're about to show, imagine the Raiders between Minshew and O'Connell, and maybe they draft like a 6th-round quarterback, 5th-round quarterback, whatever. But those two guys start here and there, whatever the terminology may be. But they win 9 or 10 games, and they squeak into that 7th seed. Imagine them signing Tom Brady, dude. Like, imagine if the one thing that was like not working all that well was their quarterback play. It's like it's just barely working. Like the defense is carrying us. The run game is just kind of getting it done. Devontae Adams is putting the team on his back. And then they get to the playoffs and it's like breaking news. Tom Brady has been signed by the Raiders, and he is intended to start this weekend versus the Houston Texans. Dude. And then the next thing he does, whether he wins the playoff game or not, which if he won just one playoff game for this very sad franchise that has not won a playoff game since over 20 years ago, you win one playoff game, the first ever Vegas playoff win, you're a fucking hero. And the next thing he does is he purchases a stake in the team. He then owns the team. Like how, like that story would be insane. Just like, oh, the quarterback hero that came out of nowhere, won us a playoff game, or even gave us a little Super Bowl hope, and then now he's a full-blown part of the team. Anyways, but sorry. What are you going to show?
No, I wasn't going to show anything, but I was just going to say Tom Brady is coming back, and he's going to break a record. He is going to be the first quarterback in history to receive a prostate exam.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's right up there. Like, I think doctors start recommending it. Like, I think like 50 years old is like when you're supposed to get it, and he's almost there. And then I think they start recommending it at like 45, like for some people.
Knowing him and how important his health is, he probably already has.
He's probably been getting it his whole career.
I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Man.
So I just got a text message from Tom Brady's lawyer. They're pulling the show off the air. Yeah, no, but I think we're ready to move on. Are we?
Yes.
Let's talk about the NFL kickoff rule change. So I'm going to pull up another tweet here. And this is from Dove Kleiman. But the NFL has changed the way that they are doing kickoffs from now on. So let me pull it up, and then Michael can read this time. Okay. So I'll read this, and then when I pull up like the exact rule changes, I'll have you read it. But breaking, the NFL has approved the new NFL kickoff rule change per Jonathan Jones. So the owners voted in favor 29-3.
29-3.
The Niners were one of the teams that did not want this to be approved, and the Raiders.
They were in agreement.
Yeah. Mike, I'm going to zoom in if I can. Are you able to see that or no?
Yes. Yeah, I can see it. I mean, if you want to zoom it in and then scroll when I get to the point, then that'd be better, but
it won't let me zoom in on the photo.
Well, then there you go. All right. This is why my eyesight is this is where it comes in handy. Okay. Summary of kickoff play proposal. And for reference, this is a 1-year sort of trial ruling. So after this season, they'll probably vote again on whether or not to keep this kickoff rule. The special teams working group has proposed the following ideas, of course, yada, yada. Okay, alignment. All kicking team players other than the kicker will line up with 1 foot on the receiving team's, does that say B40? 40-yard line. The kicker cannot cross the 50-yard line until ball touches the ground or player in landing zone or end zone. So the landing zone is like a new thing. I think it's between like the 10, or maybe it's the next thing. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so it's between the 20 and the end zone.
The ball has to land here. The kicker has to kick it here.
And they can't kick it into the end zone, huh?
If they do, I think the ball goes out to the 35-yard line.
Oh my! Let me keep reading.
30. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll keep reading. The The 10 kicking team players cannot move until the ball hits the ground or player in the landing zone or end zone. The receiving team will line up as follows. Setup zone, a 5-yard area from the 35 to the 30-yard line, where at least 9 receiving team players must line up. Under that, at least 7 players with foot on the 35-yard line, restraining line, with alignment requirements, outside numbers to hashes, and inside hashes. Players not on the restraining line must be lined up in the setup zone outside the hash marks. All players in the setup zone cannot move until the kick has hit the ground or a player in the landing zone or the end zone. I think the XFL used a lot of this. A maximum of 2 returners may line up in the landing zone and can move at any time prior to or during the kick. Cool, I guess. I mean, that makes sense. You have to catch the ball, but landing zone.
Real quick, before the landing zone, let's look at like how that alignment looks like. So we've got the hashes right here, and then as we can see, the hashes on the other side are here. They've got one player on each side lined up off the 35-yard line, and then so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, they said 7 have to line up with their foot on the 35-yard line.
Right.
Okay. So that's how it looks. And then these guys can move at any point before.
Yep. Basically, all the guys that are close in that 40 to 30 range, they have to stay put until the ball hits the ground or the player.
Okay. All right.
Landing zone. Landing zone is the area between the receiving team's goal line and its 20-yard line. Sorry. Any kick that hits short of the landing zone, treated like kickoff out of bounds, and ball would be spotted at the 40-yard line. Fuck.
That's not uncommon. Like, I think the ball would go at the 40-yard line when you would kick the ball out of bounds.
Yeah, but like, who does that? Kickers just drill it straight down the middle. They can hit the crossbar almost every time.
It happens sometimes. Like, maybe it goes out at the 1-yard line. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen players. Like, have you ever seen a play where the dude like puts his feet out of bounds and then touches the ball?
Yeah. I think Dwayne Harris did that for the Raiders once. It's a heads up play. It's really good, but I don't know, that's just crazy. So okay, let me read it again. Any kick that hits short of the landing zone. So short of it meaning like 25-yard line.
So short of the 20. So if it lands
between the 30 to 20.
Yeah.
Which would be a horrible fucking kick.
Yeah. So it's got to land here. Yep. Within the 20 to the goal line.
Okay. Where the okay, any kick that hits short of the landing zone, treated like kickoff out of bounds, and ball spotted at 40-yard line. Play would be blown dead as soon as the kick lands short of the landing zone. Okay, and then probably a flag thrown. Any kick that hits in the landing zone must be returned. I like that. Any kick that hits in the landing zone and then goes into the end zone must be returned or downed by the receiving team. If downed, then the touchback goes to the 20-yard line. Great. That's great. I thought that moving you down the kick and then you go to the 25. So moving it from the 20 to the 25, I thought, I don't like that. I know it's a 5-yard difference, but it's like, I'll get back to it. It's just
they did that way back in the day.
They did that like maybe 10 years ago. Yeah, but the rulings that they've changed for kickoffs leading up to this, like up until this, it was all to help with concussions, And what they ended up doing was basically
scoring.
Yeah, because you had 5 less yards to go down the field, but you were basically, by giving the offense an extra 5 yards to start on offense by just downing the kick, you're just enticing special teamers to just not return the ball because the likelihood of hitting that 25-yard line was so slow, the way kickoffs were, paired with the fact that you're chances of getting a concussion were way higher on kickoffs than any other play.
Yeah.
It was like it's a no-brainer. Don't return the kick. And it makes kickoffs useless. It's like just this time-wasting moment of the game that you're just like, well, he's going to try to kick it through the crossbar. That's the most fun you can have was when Janikowski would kick it through the crossbar and be like, damn, that was the best part of kickoffs. That was it. So now, yeah.
It was probably the best part of kickoffs for a while for the Raiders because it's like they weren't winning much. You know, there wasn't like
it was the best part of games.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. But point being,
sorry.
This new kickoff rule is sort of enticing more kick returns, which I love and agree with. Yes, I love it.
I love that.
Yep. So, okay, if downed in the end zone, touchback, ball goes to the 20-yard line. I like that.
So it has to land in the landing zone first and then go into the end zone.
Yep, and then the returner still has to pick up the ball and decide whether to return it or just take a knee, which with the new alignment and the way that everybody's kind of blocking really close quarters, they might pick up the ball and be like, shit, I got 15 yards of space at least just to make room. They might have good reason to still return the ball depending on how much time is spent picking it up. But chances are if they let the ball go behind them, they're just going to down it and just go to the 20. But, okay, a kick hits in the end zone, stays in bounds, returned or downed. If downed, then the touchback to the 35-yard line. So basically, if the ball, in this scenario, if the ball kicks into the end zone and stays in the end zone, the returner can down it. They get the ball at the 35-yard line.
But they can't fair catch it. They have to go and down it themselves.
Yes. At least that's, yeah, I would assume.
Okay.
Because the returners can't go into the end zone until the ball hits the ground, I'm assuming. I don't know. I actually don't know. Any kick that goes out of the back of the end zone in the air or bounces, touchback to the 35-yard line. So no more kicking it through the uprights. Miscellaneous, no fair catch or signal is allowed. Dead. Gone. Officials will blow the play dead.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, so no fair catches.
No fair catches. That's officially done with.
So
at least
no matter what, the returner is going to have to touch the ball. No more, like you said, kicking it out of the back of the end zone and just like, the receiver just watches it sail over his head or, just decides not to even make an attempt to get the ball. That's done.
Yep. And I will say fair catch isn't dead because on punt returns, there's still a thing. But I'm talking about on kickoffs.
Kickoffs.
Yeah, no, definitely. If conditions cause balls to fall off tee twice, so like wind or rain, then the kicker will be allowed to use the kicking stick to keep the ball in place. I'm assuming this is a thing because no other player can go where the kicker is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which honestly should have been a thing to begin with.
Yeah. The closest covering official will pick up the stick immediately after the kick. So they'll have a special kick or stick for kickoffs in case there's wind or whatnot. Okay, onside kick. This is probably the major negative, I think, to this new rule. Onside kick. Fourth quarter begins. The team trailing has the opportunity to declare an onside kick to the officials. Current onside kickoff rules would apply. If onside kick goes beyond the setup zone untouched, kicking team penalized. What? I don't know what UNS means. Maybe you could think of it, but return team would start the drive at the 20-yard line.
So let's see.
I'm confused on that.
If it goes, all right. Where were we? Okay. If the onside ball goes beyond the setup zone, so if it goes beyond the 30, so if you kick an onside, you can't kick it beyond there.
Where would they be? I'm just curious where they'd be lining up for the onside, though. Would they be kicking off in the same spot and the kicker just comes up? Go to the right?
They would go like the normal kickoff lineup.
Right, but would they be on like their 30, so where it's like the photo's cutting off on the 30, or would the kicker move up to the 40 where the kickoff start line is? That's what I'm wondering. They don't really make that. Yeah, they don't make that very clear. But what is made clear is that like surprise onside kicks are dead with this new rule, and I don't like that. I think that although I hate when it happens to the Raiders, like last year the Broncos did it week 1, and I was like, they didn't succeed, and I was all flamed up. I was fired up because I thought that was a stupid decision, but Sean Payton's done it before in the Super Bowl, and that's one of the all-time memorable plays in the Super Bowl history is that surprise onside kick to start the second half against the Colts.
So it says, when it says kicking team penalized, I'm assuming that's unsportsmanlike conduct.
See, that's the first thing that I thought, but like there's no C in there. It yeah, but like maybe NS. I have no idea. Why would it be unsportsmanlike though? You know what I mean? I don't know. That's weird. I don't know. Okay, so let's just keep going. Penalties. The setup zone and landing zone will not change with any penalties that carry over to kickoffs. Oh, wow. Alignment of 10 kickoff team players and all receiving team players would not change. Only the spot of the kick would move. So basically where that football is, where the kicker is. That's the only thing that would change. But the players stay in the same spot, 40, 30-yard line, whatever, all the time. Okay. Penalties on scoring plays will not carry over and will be taken on the try. So on the extra point attempt, that's the only time penalties will be taken.
Hold on. Penalties on scoring plays will not carry over and will be taken on the try. So like if you get a 15-yard penalty, like unsportsmanlike conduct on a touchdown,
right,
it's not going to be enforced on the kickoff. It's going to be enforced on the 2-point or the extra point.
Extra point. Yep. And then penalties on the try, aka extra point, may carry over, and if they do, only the placement of the kicker will change. So basically that was the same thing said in the first thing. Safety kick. The kick.
What do they mean may carry over? Does it or does it not?
Well, I'm assuming because a team could decline or just choose to have it.
Are allowed to carry over is what they're saying?
Yeah. I don't know. Because I think on an extra point try, you can, if there is a penalty, you can determine whether or not you want it to be replayed or whatever.
Penalties on the try are allowed to carry over, and if they do, only the placement. Okay.
And then safety kick. The kick will be from the 20-yard line, and the kicker will have the option to use a tee, the setup zone, and the landing zone will not change. I don't know what safety kick is. What is? Oh, that's like where the punter,
like the punt.
Yeah, gotcha. When there's a safety, you have to do that weird punt formation. Okay, gotcha.
So the kick will be from no longer going to be a punt.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And the kick will be from the 20-yard line, and the kicker will have the option to use a tee. So it's a kicker, not a punter, basically.
Okay.
It's interesting. And then approved rulings, the special teams working group will continue to work with the officiating department to examine any necessary approved rulings. Yeah, so whatever. That's okay. Obviously, that's as of like before it was announced. So now it's a thing. I don't know. Like, do you have any major thoughts that we haven't already kind of said?
Personally, I like the change. I know a lot of people don't like it because the tradition of football has been to have all the players running at each other, but this isn't the same NFL that, we all grew up with. We have more knowledge about head injuries, and, a lot of times it's just unnecessary to have everybody running full speed at one another, and like making the hardest collisions of the game on a play that is probably going to be kicked out of the, out of bounds. Like no matter what, whether it's a touchback or not, you're setting up to block, And then so it's like kind of having these people just like run full speed and like, smack their heads together like that. Like it's just, I feel like it's a needed change, or something had to change to sort of incentivize players to actually return it, because it was kind of, it would be like the change of pace. Um, like, after a touchdown in the NFL, things get like really slow until, the next team finally comes out, which is like however many minutes later, because there's going to be a commercial break. There's going to be, the kickoff, and probably another commercial break after the touchback. And then, or if it's a good broadcast, the offense will run onto the field. But really, having the players, lined up this close, like, sort of prioritizes, like, I mean, this is just a 5-yard, like, go up to the guy. So it's less of a, like, lead up to the block. You're still keeping the kickoff in the NFL, and the kickoff belongs in football. So I'm just glad that they're not like getting rid of it altogether. I've heard some people say they want the kickoff gone, and I'm just like, no way. It's tradition. There needs to be some sort of kickoff, because like,
Yep.
literally when you talk about the start of a football game, it's like, I want to catch kickoff. It's the foot in football. We did like almost a
That was
year
our
ago.
first topic.
That was one of our first topics, taking the
Yeah.
foot out of football. We think it's very important to maintain special teams as an important aspect, and this is making special teams more important. So I think this will benefit a team like the 49ers big time, because why wouldn't the 49ers have Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey lined up here?
Well, injuries, for one. First off, I think to clarify that, taking the foot out of football, that topic that we had under a year ago.
No, under a year ago.
Yeah, under a year ago, was because I think there was rumors that they were going to propose a 4th and 20 conversion attempt, and then if a team didn't like choose to do that play, then the other team would just start on the 20 with no kickoff, like just boom, change of possession, just like, the end of an inning, and then the opposing team just goes out in baseball and they're on offense or whatnot. Like, to me, football, it's called football for a reason, obviously. And like you said, I think kickoffs are integral to football, because at least logic for me is like, if an onside kick is the way to like legally keep possession, it makes sense, because the way to get rid of possession is by kicking the ball, whether you punt or you kick off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or obviously interceptions, fumble, whatever. But like, the proper way to change possession after a score, or you are going to punt, right, is to kick the ball. And I mean, the rule is, if you kick off a ball and it's not whistled dead, but it's live, if your teammate goes down the field and picks up the ball, you get the possession. That's why onside kicks make sense to me. And that's why my one flack with this new ruling is not having the surprise onside kick. I think having that little layer of like, oh, could they onside kick right here, is kind of fun, although very rare. Because it's so rare, it doesn't really affect me, but I'm just like, man, having that ability to do a surprise onside kick was always cool. But the fact that it's still in the game makes sense to me. What I refuse to be a fan of is this 4th and 20 out of nowhere, one singular play to try to keep possession. That will ruin football. That will ruin professional football. Absolute garbage. Overtime for college football, like, they have overtime right. But like, doing that on one play for the offense to try to keep the ball, like, if a team, honestly, because one thing I'll say, I'll get to it, but like, I think this new kickoff rule proposes the ability for teams to adjust. But what's the other word for adjust? Like, to get better, but because of the new ruling. What's the word?
Evolve.
Adapt. To be adaptable. Yeah, and evolve, but for them to adapt. So the kicker, right? Kickers are used to just kicking the shit out of the ball, and their aim is specifically for uprights, right? That's what they have been taught. These place kickers, like these kickers, Daniel Carlson, Justin Tucker, right? What they know is kick ball in between here, right? And kick it high enough to get over this. Now there's a whole nother element to kickoffs where you can't kick it far and it's good. Now you have to kick it in a very specific 20-yard spot.
Mm-hmm.
And like specifically position it so that the returner, you probably want to kick it in the 5-yard line. Like that makes you a stud. If you like, when a punt goes out in the 5 to 1 yard line, it's like, oh, that was the best thing ever. Like just seeing a punt perfectly go out on the 1 yard line, it's the bomb. Kickers now, they have to do that because if you just try to like barely kick the football and you land it right on like the 18, the returner is so close to the 25-yard line, it's not even funny because their blockers are going to block for them. They're probably going to get to at least the 30. Like scoring is going to go up in the league, I think.
Mm-hmm. So the reason why I'll say kickers don't want to place it at the 5-yard line, if they let it bounce, it could bounce into the end zone. They down it. They have it at the 35 all the way up here.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't fully thought this through, so yeah, no, good point. But what I was kind of getting at here is there now is reason to completely change the bottom of rosters by adding a new kicker. You can have a second kicker, or you can have now you have way more reason to have a return man. So like the Steelers, like this fucking rule was allowed. I think the Steelers might have been the third team that voted no between the Niners and Raiders and that mystery third team. The day that this ruling was passed, the Steelers signed Cordarrelle Patterson. The day that this ruling was passed. He's a kick return specialist. And he also has history, of course, with Arthur Smith, but it just makes sense. You're going to have 2 returners back there. Like you said, like give me your 5th receiver and the 3rd or 4th running back, and hopefully one of them is a return specialist, and go from there. The Chiefs signed that rugby player a couple weeks ago. I bet you anything this has to do with it. These teams are already adapting, but you have to add in the fact that these kickers have to do a very specific job. You might have reason to have a different kicker on the field than like Daniel Carlson. I have no idea. But it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, again, it's a 1-year trial, but I think, potentially having the teams kind of adapt as far as roster construction is very interesting to me. But at the end of the day, I'm just happy that kickoffs are still a thing. And honestly, I'm very happy that kickoff returns are going to be back in full force. The one thing that does worry me is not even the onside kick thing. It's the ball starting at the 35-yard line. Like if that's going to happen a lot this year, dude, I mean, imagine Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen like starting at the 35 like 3 times a game. They're going to score so much more. It's not even funny. And that's my last point here. That's why 4th and 20 is ridiculous to me. You want to talk about adaptability? If you had that 4th and 20 ability and you already have a shitty defense, if I'm a GM, I'm going, dude, I'm going to build up my offense to no end. Who cares about defense? I'm going to go 4th and 20 every single change of possession. I'm going to die by it, or I'm going to succeed by it like crazy. And I'm just going to own the time of possession.
Dude, so imagine a team like the Bills or the Chiefs getting the ball at the 35-yard line a couple times in a game. All they would have to do is to get like 25 yards in order to be in field goal range.
If that. Yeah.
Look, see, 35, so 10, 20. So, like, some kickers might be able to kick from out here, but really 25, like the 40-yard line.
Yeah.
Kick like a 50-something yarder, 60. Like, so you have the opportunity.
But just a little over 2 first downs, and they're at least getting 3 points if their kicker's good.
Yeah.
Like, if that happens a lot with these kickers, kicking the ball in the end zone, which that's all they've known these past how many years? Actually, all of football, then yeah, I think scoring is going to go way up this year, which might be on purpose. I think I've heard from a couple people, not personally, but like say Daniel Jeremiah or whoever saying like, yeah, it's interesting. Scoring's gone down the past 2 years. Like defense has gotten better or something, or offenses have just not scored as much. This could be another, like that could be a big, part of this. So
yeah, the NFL essentially told kickers, get good.
yeah, well, yeah.
But dude, when I see this, I'm just like, man, Deebo Samuel could eat on this. He could make such an impact. Like,
well, okay, like that.
I don't think he would get injured. Like, what's so much different? Like,
well,
if
that's
he's
the
going to
thing.
be running, full speed, a blocker, a defender is going to have to disengage from a block and then start their momentum again.
Like, imagine just putting like 6 offensive linemen on one side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, you could
Are
do
offensive
so much
linemen going to be on kickoff now? Or
probably because they
return
don't have to run that much.
Well,
you might as well.
All right.
But you don't want them to get hurt. You don't want your reserve linemen to get hurt.
Okay, so like if you're like a smart coach thinking about how to get a 1-up, if you see another team putting offensive linemen on one side, they're going to prioritize going that way. And then so you just set up, like, let's just say these are all offensive linemen here. You kick it to this side, you kick it to this side and you just like have all your players just go this way.
But then if the returner, all he has to do is just kind of swoop down like this, and there's nobody there to like touchdown. That it is going to be crazy. I think that's the one reason why maybe fans are so negative about it. If they are, is like this might be a very polarizing change once we actually see it in live action. Like when we hit the preseason, we start seeing this, it's going to be like, oh, it's like that.
Yeah.
Like at least one return touchdown a game,
Dude, blocking tight ends are going to be a new premium player, I think, with this new kickoff rule change.
I'll say for sure special teamers are going to be way more important now. If you can have multiple roles between blocking, obviously tackling, if you can play special teams, I mean, that's the thing is special teams has been completely changed now between having gunners and all that sort of stuff. Like on the kickoffs, it is a lot different. And I think you're right. Like specifically being able to block is going to be massive now. And also, of course, kicking accurately and returning the ball. So
yeah, it's going to be interesting. It'll be very interesting. And honestly, I cannot wait to see it. I want to see it at the NFL level. I feel like, we've seen little tidbits here in the XFL level, but it's just, it's not the same. It's because they're not going as fast. I want to see what NFL caliber players look like. Like, nobody in the NFL, or at least like, a lot of the players aren't pussyfooting it. You know what I mean?
I wonder if like the Fox and CBS and like Sunday Night Football and all those broadcasts will like, they have the yellow line for first down, the blue line for the neutral zone. Like, I wonder if they'll have specific lines colored in on kickoffs to help the fans know what's going on, because I'm going to forget for the first couple of games, like, okay, wait, it's between the 20 and the okay. Like when a ball hits the ground and probably goes into the hands of the receiver, but still I'm going to be like, okay, wait, that was legal. Okay, we're going. All right. Like I'm going to be a little confused at first. So if you have that green zone, just like that photo that you showed, that would make a lot of sense. But
yeah, I'm just imagining like Tony Romo not knowing or not fully understanding the rules, and like the ball bounces. Oh God, I don't know, Jim. Oh, is that a touchback? Is that? You know?
I think it's going to the 35, Jim.
Yeah. Yeah. And what a play by that returner. Heads up play. No. Just things to think about. It's definitely interesting. Are we ready to move on to our final topic of the day?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Mike, the A's have decided that this is going to be their final year at the Oakland Coliseum. They're packing things up and they're not going to Vegas. That stadium is not built yet. They're still going to Vegas, but the plan is to abandon Oakland after this year and play at the Sacramento River Cats minor league stadium for 3 years until the stadium in Vegas is built. What are your immediate thoughts on this? How are you feeling, Mike? Because you are an A's fan.
I was. Okay, I just searched up on my phone. Are the A's officially going to Vegas? Question mark. And then the answer that I have, this is from CBS Sports. The Athletics, as part of their efforts to relocate to Las Vegas in time for the 2028 season, will play their home games for the 2025 to 2027 seasons at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California. The team announced Thursday. The deal includes an option for a fourth season in Sacramento. I'm fairly positive. I know you asked me for my kind of emotional thoughts, if you will, but I'm fairly positive they aren't even officially going to Vegas yet. They're still in the midst of getting all of that finalized. It's not even final that they're going to Vegas. At any point it could fall through right now because taxes in Vegas or the funds weren't quite there, whatever it may be. And to me, it's okay, the A's lease ran through the end of this season at the Coliseum. So they were they were negotiating with the A's, and I think to negotiations to kind of get leverage. They also talked to Sacramento. They went and talked to Utah. I think they might have went to Vegas. Maybe there's a minor league team in Vegas, the Aliens, I want to say, or the 51s. Actually it's an A's affiliate, I want to say that they have in Vegas. Could be wrong there. They were talking to at least 3 other cities along with Oakland for, signing a lease to play baseball until their stadium in Vegas is complete, whether it's 27, 28, 29, right? Again, the Aviators. There you go. Thank you, Paulina.
That's their AAA team.
AAA team, yeah.
Thank you, Paulina.
So until the Vegas move is finalized, it's okay, doing this now is because they had to figure out where they're going to play the next 3 years. Okay, that makes sense. Again, the lease was done with Oakland after this current season. But my God, this just looks stupid. I don't think I've ever seen this. Maybe it's because they didn't plan it well with their most recent lease with Oakland, which I have a lot of thoughts about, and I've talked about them before. When they first announced they were going to Vegas, we had a topic about the A's, specifically revolving around the Raiders and what the A's kind of did to them. But I'll probably get there. Hey, Anthony. But I think usually when teams relocate, their lease isn't up. They used to be the 51s, you're right. Okay. But now they're the Aviators. Cool. That makes sense. The 51s were cool. It was literally just a gray alien face for their logo.
Mm-hmm.
Usually teams, when they're relocating, their lease isn't up in the middle of it. And if it is, they at least have the decency to re-up with the stadium they are at.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, and I hate to do this because we have said many times and before, and we will say it many times again, fuck John Fisher. But I will say I understand where the A's franchise is coming from because, and granted, it's their own doing.
Yeah.
It's their fault, and fuck them. They could fuck right off. But I understand financially why they decided to leave Oakland, because Oakland's kind of using their leverage of like, well, you kind of should be here until you leave, and this is how much we're demanding you to pay. I think what I heard earlier was like they initially wanted to have the A's sign like a 4-year, $95 million lease to stay for the next 4 seasons. And the A's were like, no. And then the A's were like, well, how about 3 years for 60? Oakland said, how about 3 years for 60? So $20 million per year lease. And the A's were still like, nah, not happening, because the A's forced themselves into a position by alienating their fans to not get any revenue. So they're like, we can't spend on this lease anymore because we're literally not making any money. That's why their team payroll is so fucking astronomically low. It's embarrassing. It's because the fans aren't going there. And if any dumb shit decides to say, oh, it's the fans' fault, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. Step aside. Don't even try to pay attention. Or you can pay attention and realize it's because the ownership doesn't try with this team. They have not tried. The only sense of trying is a repetitive cycle that has never worked for this franchise as far as getting all the way to a World Series, right? Additionally, also never properly trying, from my opinion, to get a stadium in Oakland finished, a ballpark in Oakland finalized. It felt like they put out these half-assed attempts to get something done in Oakland when really, I think in hindsight, all along they wanted out of Oakland. I really believe that. I think all along they realized Oakland's probably not the right city. This stadium's kind of a dump. Although I think for you and I, we both agree it's not that much of a dump. It's really not. It's a relic, if anything.
I think the Coliseum really, like, it's not a state-of-the-art modern day stadium, but I would be lying if I didn't say it's beautiful in its own way and has its own charm and has a ton of history in it. Like,
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be this, multi-billion dollar, piece of glass. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be, Allegiant Stadium. It doesn't have to be like state of the art. It really doesn't. Now, am I saying they don't need a new stadium? No, I think that they do. It's time
they
for an
clearly do.
upgrade. Yeah, they
absolutely
clearly
do.
need a new stadium because there's deeper problems than just the looks. There's like the sewage and like it's kind of run down. But that's not to say that the stadium itself is a bad experience when you go. Like, maybe when you compare it to state-of-the-art stadiums, it doesn't necessarily give you the same cleanliness.
Right.
But I've gone to A's games over the past, I feel like I went to an A's game last year or 2 years ago. I have a good time. You know what I mean? And I'm not an A's fan. Sometimes it's just nice to take Bart, go and watch a baseball game for cheap.
Yeah, for cheap, exactly. I think to add on to your point, I think the charm for me, and this might mostly be in hindsight. First off, okay, between being an Oakland Raider fan and an Oakland A's fan, I have a very special place in my heart for the Oakland Coliseum. I always will. I will be an old, grumpy man, and I'll have a grandkid going like, there were teams in Oakland, and I'll just be like, this fucking kid, but
Dude, that's gonna be so awful. Not to cut you off, but like,
it's gonna be weird.
we're
It's like
we're gonna have to
yeah.
we're gonna have to tell our kids and our grandkids, like, yeah, that city next door actually had professional sports teams. They had 3 of them,
Yeah.
and they're gonna be all gone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like our grandparents say, I remember the Brooklyn Dodgers. It's like, what? Really? Brooklyn?
Hey, I think it's time to get Grandpa checked in.
Yeah. Yeah. Brooklyn. But yeah, no, I mean but okay, the A's, the Oakland Coliseum, very special place in my heart because that was always like for me growing up as a massive sports fan between the A's and Raiders, like that place was home easily, right? Like I know that stadium to a T, to a degree at least, from an external point of view, I guess. But I knew with time that it was an old stadium. I knew that having football games with the baseball sand is just like that's just odd, And I think being a fan, being able to like at least me being able to experience that, and then someday being like, yeah, I remember when I went to Raider games and they had sand on the field, and like just someday I'll have a kid and he's gonna be like, what are you talking about? Like, why would there be sand on a field? It's like, well, because they were in the same field because Oakland is cheap. But yeah, it has its charm. And I think where I was trying to get to, besides the fact that that stadium was home for me, added to that was specifically for both teams, really, the fans have their own charm. The same way you would probably feel towards Niner fans at Niner games and Giants fans at Giants games. It's like the fans have a very specific charm. And for me, like Raider games, it's yelling Raiders and like the whole black hole and getting drunk and punching a Cowboys fan, whatever it may be. Just kidding. But for A's fans, like I know going to an A's game, there's a specific noise that I've had the past couple of days in my head. And it's the fucking people in the right field bleachers with the horns, yeah, all of that. Like, I don't think that's at any other ballpark. And it just kind of hit me the other day, like just like thinking about it, I was like, that's like strictly an Oakland fan thing. And that's going to be dead.
Yeah, it's like the first ever professional sports like game that I ever went to was an A's game. I don't remember which A's game it was, but I know for a fact it wasn't a Giants game, and I didn't go to my first football game until 2017. I didn't go to my first basketball game until 2012. But like I was a kid going to A's games. You know what I mean? And then there was a point in time where I could have chose the path to be an A's fan, but I just chose to be a Giants fan because I was so enamored with Tim Lincecum. Like Tim Lincecum literally saved me. He literally saved me from dealing with this as like a sports fan. And honestly, like it had a ripple effect because me choosing the Giants led to me choosing the 49ers. And then I'm wearing this hat in support of Oakland because I don't harbor any ill will to Oakland. Like I think Oakland, the fans deserve a professional sports team. And the fact that they've been deprived of all 3 is like, it's horrible. And just because I'm not a fan of the teams doesn't mean that they don't deserve one. Like I brought this to kind of show everyone. I have this little shelf in my room of like, things that are special to me. And the Battle of the Bay has always meant something to me. It's like, it's this fun rivalry that like, the Bay Bridge series is always like, it's like a civil war in the Bay Area a little bit. You know what I mean? Where like A's and Giants fans just kind of like it's kind of like, died down a little bit over the years as baseball's gotten a little bit more irrelevant. But like
Baseball getting irrelevant, but also obviously the A's fans getting alienated. It was like, I don't care anymore. But when both teams, that like 2012 to 2015 range, and even before that, where it was like both teams were pretty competitive, it meant something.
Yeah.
It definitely meant something. Go ahead.
And then it's like one team could be good, but the games were always really good and interesting because it's like, they would just be like one channel over on the TV, and like, like each team does their own 162 game season, but then it's like, damn, they've got a series against each other. And then like, I'm able to talk to like my friend Alex, my friend Tyler about it, my cousin Alex about it, like, A's fans. And then it's just like, it's really like stuff like that. It's really good baseball. And then we're not going to get any of that anymore. Cause it's like, even the A's fans who are going to remain don't feel the same way about the team that they did growing up. They like, it's one thing that they never invested in the team. It's another thing that they just like out in public, just like pretty much said, we really don't care about you guys. Like we are going to play in a non-professional sports venue that can only hold 14,000 maximum. So that means if we play in the playoffs, we're not going to sell more than 14,000 tickets.
Yep.
We'd rather not have that revenue because we know with the money that we poured into the team, we're not going to go there anyway.
Yep. This is where, thank you for the segue. I think, again, John Fisher, dude, oh my God. Like what he's doing with this American professional sports team is absolutely ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous to me is that the MLB commissioner, Manfred, what's his first name? Is it Ron? Rob Manfred. How is he allowing this with a smile on his face? The only reason I can think of it is because he knows, just give it 4 years. They're going to be in Vegas. They'll be making money. John Fisher will put money into the team, into the payroll, and finally they'll be competitive again. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, but like, how can you allow what's going on now? It just seems ridiculous to me. And that's why, to me, I have absolutely soured on baseball, even dating back to when I was very hopeful that a new ballpark would happen in Oakland. Because they don't have a salary cap, these owners can do whatever the fuck they want. The Yankees and the Dodgers are just shitting on everybody else when it comes to free agency, specifically the Dodgers right now, and the Mets, oddly. But like these other teams that have all the money from the ownership, they can do whatever they want. The Dodgers can do this random makeshift deal for Shohei Ohtani and have the most star-studded, like if they don't win the World Series this year, that's the biggest upset in sports. The Dodgers, that's
because of
ridiculous.
How far ahead their payroll is.
Yeah, I'm going to search it up. I'm going to search up how many times the A's payroll can go into the Dodgers payroll. Is it 28 times? Is it 32 times? Is it 30? Is it as many teams as there are in the MLB? Because I wouldn't be shocked at all. It's like the A's are running on like I think it's like $36 million payroll, or maybe it's like 55 or something like that. And the Dodgers probably have like north of 300, so probably more like 10 times, but still, I could be way off.
Okay, so the Dodgers payroll totals for this year, I think, are $226 million. And now look, that's according to Spot Rack. So let me see A's payroll. Okay. The A's payroll is $62 million.
You said it was 246 for the Dodgers?
226. So
226.
226 divided by 62. So the A's payroll, essentially three and a half of the Oakland A's teams go into the Dodgers. But
Yeah.
it feels like so much more for the
It feels
Dodgers.
it feels way
I think
bigger.
it's probably because
just-
the money is delegated down the line for tax
Yes.
purposes.
Yes, especially for Ohtani. I think the
Yes.
whole deal with Ohtani's thing was like it's specifically going to pay him like post career so that he can like somehow get the money in like China or wherever, and it's like it will be non-tax or something like that. It was like a put it down the line sort of deal for him where he's just going to get fucking paid someday. But
so the Dodgers' 7th highest paid player makes more money. Hold on, what's that adjustment? Yeah, makes more money than the A's top paid player, and that's not even including Ohtani.
I thought you were going to say their entire payroll, like it maybe in total, you know, probably. Oh, for sure in total, like over the course of 6 years or however many years. But still, it's just I don't know. I think not having a salary cap is just like, what are we really doing here? You know, and the fact that Manfred's just allowing this team to clearly tank at this point, and not only tank, but also like they're not doing anything to attempt to make more revenue, not only for themselves, but for the MLB, for the league. Like, how are any of the other owners happy about this? In fact, I saw a tweet, I want to say, where there was an insider that was like, there are other owners in the league that are like pissed off about this move to Sacramento because you're literally putting, this is insane to me, you're putting these Dodgers teams and Yankees teams in a minor league stadium ballpark for 3 or 4 game series. What? That's insane to me. Like you can get like a $15 little outfield grass seat and be closer to the Aaron Judge than ever before. It probably won't be $15, but you know what I mean? Like that's just insane to me that it's a minor league ballpark that seats no more north than like 14,000 people. And we're just cool with that. Like the NFL would not let this shit happen. The owner would get kicked out before this even happened, before this was even attempted. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If Dan Schneider tried to do this, dude, it's a ghost town. Yeah.
Dan Schneider's not an owner anymore.
I know, but I'm saying like before he got kicked out or whatever you want to call it, if he tried to like, oh, I'm going to get a new stadium for the Commanders, but until I do, I'm going to put the Commanders in the Washington, is it Renegades, the XFL team stadium? I'm going to put him there instead of like, you know, the nearest college team that has like an actually pretty good stadium. Like I'm going to put him in the XFL stadium. Roger Goodell, the Dallas Cowboys owner, Jerry Jones, and all 30 other owners would go, yeah, that's not happening.
It would be like if when the Raiders were moving to Vegas, if they would have been like, yeah, we're going to play at San Jose State or Chabot College.
Chabot probably would be the better example, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, dude. That's just it's all insane to me. And I think earlier I was kind of making the point of like why the A's are doing this. Like obviously I made the point of like the financial aspect of, they're not selling tickets. And the reason why is because, again, they alienated their fans. They had this cycle for years, all of John Fisher's time, even before him with Lou Wolf, where it's like, oh, their farm team grows and grows and grows and gets better and better and better. And then they get elevated to the MLB team. They get elevated to the A's. And then it's like you have this team with Eric Chavez and all these guys, and it's like, oh, it's really good. And then eventually it falls apart. and then they have to
No, it
trade off
doesn't
pieces.
fall apart.
No, sorry.
They
Yeah,
get
it's
taken
by
apart.
design. It's by
By
design.
design.
Yeah. They take it
It
apart.
doesn't fall
They
apart.
take it apart.
They take it
It does
apart.
not. Yes. So they sell off pieces and get what? Farm. Geez, what's the term? I'm thinking
Draft
NFL
capital.
terms here. Yeah, like draft capital, but basically either draft capital
Prospects.
or most likely prospects for their farms. So then they grow the farms again. And then finally, in 3 years, they get back to the A's MLB team, and the cycle's back to the good part where it's like, okay, we get hype. We get players like Yoenis Cespedes, Josh Donaldson, right? And they get really good. And they add on to that. And you get pitchers, Sonny Gray, Scott Kazmir, Grant Balfour. And you have this run of like, oh my God, dude, this team can win the World Series. And then they get to the I want to say divisional round. They get to the first round of the
wild card.
Wild card. Yeah, whatever it's called.
They get to the wild card round, and then or you're
And they
talking
get
about
out-
NLDS.
NLDS, thank you. Or ALDS.
Or ALDS,
Yeah.
sorry.
And then they face either the Tigers or the Yankees, and they get knocked out in the first fucking round. And then the following year, it's like, well, we know they can do it. We know they can make the playoffs or whatever it's called, the race, the pennant, whatever. And this time they're going to be better because they trade for John Lester, and they trade away Yoenis Cespedes. But John Lester is on the final year of his deal, and there's no chance in hell that Oakland's going to pay for him, right? So this is going all in. Now we have an ace. Let's go do it. Same thing. They get knocked out immediately. Oh shit. Okay. Maybe they try one more year and they don't make the pennant, whatever, the playoffs. Then they trade Josh Donaldson. Then they trade Josh Reddick. Then they trade Brandon Moss, Balfour, Casimir, Sonny Gray. They get prospects, whatever you want to call it. Then 3 to 4 years later, it becomes who is on the Giants right now? Jesus. I don't care.
Matt Chapman,
Matt Olson, all these, these good players. Their pitching kind of struggled, but whatever. It's the same cycle. They get really good. They make the playoffs. It's like, oh, this team could become something. They suck in the playoffs. They sell them off eventually. And that last time with Matt Chapman and Matt Olson in the
Marcus Semien and
Marcus Semien, thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
Chris Davis.
Yep.
They had all these guys, and it was like, I'm not cutting out, am I?
No.
Okay. They have all these guys, and it's like, oh, they have a shot here. And then it doesn't work for like 2 to 3 years. The contracts are about to come up. That's the big part. Just like John Lester, the contract's about to come up. They're going to have to get signed to big money. Time to trade them. Time to restart the cycle. And no matter, it's always cheap. It's cheap. And then that last one is in the midst of these talks of like, we need to get a new stadium because the lease is going to run up in 2024. But it's time. The Oakland Coliseum's just, it's too old. We need a new ballpark. We have these on the waterfront, Jack London Square ideas, but nothing comes out as realistic. And then what happens is the proposals for Oakland ballparks get denied, whether it's the MLB or the city or the whoever. It all gets denied. And it just doesn't feel – it feels less and less optimistic. The team gets worse and worse and worse. And when the team gets worse, the fans kind of show up a little bit less. They're much less excited. But also, for me personally, I don't know about every fan, but for me, it's like you realize, like, okay, fool me once, shame on you. Or me, whoever it is. Fool me twice, shame on whoever. Fool me 3 times, not happening again, dude. Just stop it. And that was the start of the fans not showing up. Also, bear in mind, I didn't realize this until recently. The last playoff race that the A's had was in 2019. Damn, hold on. So October of 2019, they have playoff games in Oakland. Ballpark is packed. It's beautiful. It's peak Oakland fandom. 4 months later, you hit COVID, right? Then you can't go to games. You just have cardboard cut-ups for 2 years. Then the team gets way worse. Then the ticket prices, once you actually can come back, the ticket prices go up while the team goes down. Then you start hearing that the ballpark talks in Oakland aren't working out. Then you get the inklings that Dave Cavall is traveling to Las Vegas to see prospects of ballpark locations. And then you feel like you just got slapped in the face. And then you really don't want to go. And then the team gets worse. And the payroll gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And here we are now. They're basically officially going to Vegas, except they're not. Except they're not officially going yet. But they are officially going to Sacramento.
They're officially leaving Oakland.
They're officially leaving Oakland. They're done with Oakland. And I think my whole point to everything was, in a similar way to the Raiders, I still don't know who to blame for the Raiders leaving. But I think now that the Raiders left and then the Warriors travel across the bay to get a brand new, beautiful basketball arena, in San Francisco, and now the A's leaving Oakland, I think there's a common perpetrator in this whole thing, and that's the city of Oakland. I'm not going to say that Oakland is the sole reason why these 3 teams left. I'm not going to say that. I am also not going to say, even if they are the sole reason, I'm not going to say that they're wrong. Because there are taxpayer implications to building a stadium. And I'm not a pro as far as how that is done, how the financials go into everything, and how the city handles all of that. But I know that there's something along the lines of schools. What is it? It's like schools over stadiums or something like that. Like basically, like Las Vegas, when they decided to build the Raiders Stadium, like the money going in to, what the hell is it called? How you feed in the money, whatever. The money going into the stadium fund essentially is taxpayer money.
Mm-hmm.
But what worked for Vegas was its taxes coming from hotels, which that's the center point of the country. That's where everybody flies in and goes for the weekend. That's easy. You're just making it more expensive for people to pay for hotels, which sucks. But it hardly affects, like, say, their schools and whatnot. Whereas if Oakland builds a stadium, don't quote me here, but I'm pretty sure if Oakland builds a stadium, you're taking money away from schools. You're taking money away from rebuilding the roads, which, for the love of God, we all know they need to do. It takes money away from building bridges or whatever, infrastructure for the city, rebuilding whatever they're doing, right? Again, I'm not a pro, so I'm not going to say that Oakland's dead wrong in how they've done this, but I also know that building a new stadium means more jobs, right? There's pluses and minuses to everything. And again, I'm going to reiterate, again, I'm not a fucking pro on this, so I can't say who's right and who's wrong. I can only know for a fact that John Fisher is a cheapskate. He's a fucking fraud of an owner of a American professional sports franchise who really, frankly, should not be owning a team. And obviously, if every fan in Oakland had their say, he would sell the team. But that's not going to happen. He's going to go to Sacramento for 3 to 4 years, hardly pay any money into the team. Sacramento fans may or may not show up because they probably want an expansion team and they want to show that they deserve it. Whatever. Go do you. But John Fisher's going to do his thing, and I bet you anything they're going to get to Vegas and he's finally going to open his pocketbook because he should, and he wants to probably sell to that city.
Pitch right? the team to the new city.
And you have 3 to 4 years to build up your farms, right? It's like the writing is on the wall to me. And you're going to get to this state with no income tax. It just all screams very obvious to me I just can't help but like have the ultimate sour taste in my mouth of like, why couldn't you do that here though? You know? And I kind of alluded to it earlier, and I am going to talk about it just a little bit. But when the Raiders in 2014, and I'm so sorry if this is going to go on for a while, but the Raiders 2014, they're trying to get something done in Oakland. They are trying. And I guess that's all you can ask for at this point, right? But they were trying, whereas the A's at the time in 2014 were not. And I want to say Lou Wolf might have been a part of the A's still at that time. Don't quote me. But the Raiders are trying to get something done in Oakland. But there is mounting pressure from the NFL, right? The NFL does not like the Oakland Coliseum. The Raiders need to figure something out. At the same time, you had the St. Louis Rams trying to figure something out. You had the San Diego Chargers trying to figure something out, right? The Raiders had multiple proposals for Oakland, brand new Oakland Coliseum or stadiums for the Raiders. I want to say there was one that actually included the A's, not like the A's participated necessarily, but more that they proposed something like an Oakland sports complex, basically the Oakland Coliseum and Arena sort of thing, but different, where it was going to specifically involve the Raiders and the A's having their own stadiums to get in the same vicinity. And it was going to be an Oakland sports complex or whatever. And it was going to be like privately funded from this group. And there was another one just specifically for the Raiders, privately funded, whatever. I don't remember the reasons why they failed, why they were denied, whether it was the city or it was the NFL who denied them. But I can't blame Mark Davis at that time for not having the money to pay for his own stadium. In the end of it all, Vegas worked out perfectly. He got his very own stadium, where 2-3 years prior to that, he wanted so badly because Oakland just wasn't going to work out at that point. Again, common perpetrator, Oakland. He wanted so badly to go to LA with the Rams in the house that Stan Kroenke, the Rams owner, built. I could not have taken the Raiders becoming the little brother to the Rams. Granted, I think the Raiders would have probably been looked at as the big brother because they already had the fandom in LA. They've already won a Super Bowl in LA. But the Rams went and won a Super Bowl like 2 years after they got there. So you know what I mean? Like, but also sharing a stadium, like with the MLB, it's fine because it's like you don't think about it too hard. It's just the sand on the field. That's stupid. But when you're sharing a stadium with another football team,
it's actually dirt, not sand. But
sorry, thank you. Yes, but you can join these two teams in the same place. It's like you're gonna look at them in a certain lens as an NFL fan. Like me with the Giants and the Jets, it's like at any point the opinion might flip, but to me, it's like the Jets are the little brother to the Giants, right? The Chargers and the Rams. The Chargers are the little brother to the Rams. You know what I mean? I don't want that. I want
Clippers,
my team to have their own. Yeah.
The Clippers are the little brother to the Lakers.
Yeah, and it's like bordering on embarrassing for them.
Yeah.
I want the Raiders to have their own stadium, and they got that, and it worked out. And I think Vegas is great for the Raiders. And I don't think at any point Mark Davis, like from my perspective, Mark Davis wronged Oakland or wronged the fans. I think it was very clear the entire time, like we're trying. All right, this isn't working. He may or may not. I think he put out a statement basically alluding to like things in Oakland aren't working out. We're going to look elsewhere. And that's when LA became a thing. And then San Antonio and then Vegas. And I think San Antonio was like a big leverage on Vegas. And then Vegas became the place. And it was like, it makes sense, man. But at no point did I think Mark Davis wronged the city or the fans. But I do remember.
I think he wronged the fans because, like, anytime you move a team very far away from, like, you know, the location that it belongs at, you know, it's such a disservice to the fans. Like, all the loyal fans of the Raiders do not reside in Las Vegas. They reside in Oakland.
Say that again?
all of the loyal fans, the people who have been fans of the Raiders, do not reside in Vegas. They reside in Oakland. I'd say a majority of the Oakland population is Raider fans. And then, the Raiders just are brand new to Vegas. And like, the people who pay attention to football already, and lived in Vegas probably already had chosen a team. And you're not just going to switch because a team moves into your town.
Depends on which team you chose. I think you might be underestimating the Raider fandom in LA. And that's as an Oakland Raider fan, that probably shouldn't be taken lightly, because I obviously defend Oakland fans. I will till the day I die, But I agree with the idea that, like, most of the fans in Oakland are Raider fans and they are very loyal, But I think this is where my opinion might get a little weird. And first off, there is this. Go ahead.
I think Mark Davis did what he had to do.
Yep.
So I think that's an important distinction. Mark Davis did what he had to do because it just probably was not going to get done in Oakland,
No. Yeah.
So at some point he had to rip the Band-Aid off, but he didn't make a huge spectacle out of it. It was like, we're leaving. The A's, the A's is a little bit different because they rooted in Oakland. Rooted in Oakland.
I'll get to that. I will absolutely get to that. Let me get to that.
Okay.
But to your point of like ripping the Band-Aid off, like, yes. But also with the Rams and the Chargers, the Raiders were like in an arms race to get a new stadium done, because you had this LA idea and the Raiders had already been in LA. So it's like you're racing with the city of Oakland, these other two NFL franchises that also want new stadiums, the NFL pushing you to get a new stadium because your current stadium is just not up to standard. Like, everything was mounting against Mark Davis and staying in Oakland. So he tried, investors, the Ronnie Lott group, whatever, right? Didn't work. All right, the sights are set on LA. And then I think the league voted on who would go to LA, and they chose the Rams and the Chargers and not the Raiders. And Mark Davis, I remember he was pissed, dude. He was pissed. Probably because he felt like he was getting like the cold shoulder, or like kind of like, the stiff arm of like, well, figure it out, buddy. And again, it really worked out. And I think the main point to what you said, he was just doing what was best for the franchise. He was doing what he could, in my opinion, and everybody gives him slack about whatever and leaving Oakland. But like, in my opinion, he did what was best for the team. But I also think that there was a timeline being set by the NFL. Hey, you got to figure something out, dude, because look at what happened to Dan Snyder. Could you imagine if the NFL voted to rid the Davis family of ownership of the Raiders? For one thing, they could have new ownership could have came in. If they were rich, maybe they could get something done in Oakland. Probably not, because rich people don't like spending their money anyways. We know that because of, John Fisher. But they could choose, actually, I want to go to San Antonio. I want to go to Omaha. I want to go to Portland. Just somewhere completely, like, not inviting for loyal Raider fans. Like you said, Oakland fans, even LA fans. To me, and this is the last point, well, not the last point, but the last major point on Mark Davis, Vegas is like the perfect middle place for them, because you have the loyal fan base in Oakland, you have the loyal fan base in LA, genuinely you do, and they can both drive a pretty similar amount of time, or fly an hour and a half at most flight to Vegas, and you are in the, again, epicenter of the country, travel center of the country. You have a full weekend to just have fun, and then you finish it with a Raider game. And I went to a game last year against the Giants, dude. It feels like home. It is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the A's. The
real
reason
quick,
why, yeah,
before we move off of like the whole Mark Davis thing,
Yeah.
I think that since a new stadium was not going to get done in Oakland, as we've seen, I don't know if it could have, but clearly didn't.
I don't think it could have with his financial situation at the time. Continue.
So moving to Vegas, I think just from what it seems like to me, everyone is so happy that there's a stadium in Vegas and it's got the Raiders stamp on it. Like,
Yep.
the Super Bowl was hosted there, and what's in the end zone in the Super Bowl? The Mark Davis torch,
Al Davis.
the Al Davis torch. Sorry. It's
Yeah,
very
there you go.
disrespectful of me, but like, it's good marketing for the Raiders. And then moving to a place with no income tax, like, they got a Super Bowl pretty quickly, and it is clearly a state-of-the-art facility. Like the 49ers moved out of San Francisco and they built a stadium that like might be the worst billion-dollar stadium in the NFL, or like might be the worst new stadium. You know what I mean? And that's not to say it's bad. Like I'll kind of give the argument like for the Coliseum, like, Levi Stadium has its own charm, but like when you measure it against other stadiums, it just kind of looks like, it doesn't have the look of like, oh, you just built this, and then so like literally, since I paid attention a lot to the Super Bowl coverage and everything, everyone was saying how great it was to finally have a Super Bowl in Vegas. And there were even people saying, man, we should have the Super Bowl here every year. It's the perfect venue for a Super Bowl. And you know what? The Raiders are responsible for that. It's literally the Raiders are the reason why, that's happened. Now, that's not to say that another team wouldn't have come in and done the same thing. You know what I mean? Like let's just say you're going to relocate one of the LA teams, or the Jaguars. Yeah.
I still think the Chargers, in a perfect world, I think Oakland Stadium happens for the Raiders and the Chargers go to Vegas. I think that made the most sense. But also the Chargers staying in San Diego made sense. So I think things happen for a reason. And I think that happened as far as the NFL goes. I think it worked out.
Yeah.
But as far as
the
A's,
the difference between what Mark Davis did and what John Fisher is doing, Mark Davis didn't pull out the funding from the team.
Nope.
He didn't just decide like, all right, we want out of Oakland so bad that we're going to be playing at, San Leandro High School.
And and we're going to trade all our players anytime they get good or they're up for contract.
They had their farewell tour in Oakland. And like right now, all the A's fans are so sick of it. They're sick of it because they got led to believe, they've got Dave Cavall. Yeah, we really believe in Oakland, blah, blah, blah. And like, it's just been like this thing, we're trying everything we can to get it done. And then just all of a sudden it's like, the team, the team's always been this way. The A's are really good at one thing. They're one of the best at doing this. They're one of the best franchises at building a team, but they are the very best franchise. They're even better at destroying a team and shipping them all off.
Yep.
That's their only problem. Like they have the makings of having such a special organization. Like if they would just build their team homegrown and keep them, like retain their players instead of doing this Moneyball bullcrap, their fans would actually be engaged, like Matt Chapman would probably still be there. You get guys being there, more jersey sales. Like who the hell wants to buy a jersey for a guy that's going to get traded like really soon, like $100 something jersey?
I
almost
realized
$200 jersey.
Yeah, I realized good and young just not to buy A's jerseys because there's no guaranteeing that dude's going to be on the team in 2 years.
Yeah.
Whereas like I at a young age, like middle school, I was like, I want that Raider player's jersey. I want that Raider player's jersey. But like A's, I was just like, I'll take a cool blank jersey, but
Now, I'll say this too. I think the A's leaving Oakland is worse than the Raiders leaving Oakland. And here's why. The A's are the final. Okay, the Raiders were the first team to leave Oakland. There were still 2 more teams at the time. The A's are the final remaining one. So they've taken the longest, and then they have been the ones who have like touted, we want to be here. This is where we belong. We want to be here. Yep. So they've led all the fans in this certain direction, and they're the ones that invest the least into the team, and essentially like tell the fans like through their wallets, we don't care about you that much, Yeah. And then so it's just like this two-sided, like, who cares about the other less, with the fans with the attendance, and then the A's front office with the spending.
Yeah.
And then it's worse. It's worse too, because I would say mainly Raider fans are the ones who were mainly upset with the Raiders leaving. But everyone, including I would say a good amount of Giants fans, are upset with the A's leaving, because a rivalry like this, we're going to go to the final Battle of the Bay, and it which is in August. You and I are going. It's gonna be so sad, but like anybody who lives in the Bay, like I'm willing to bet if you are older than 9 years old, you've been to an A's game if you live in the Bay Area. Whether you're a baseball fan or not, you've at some point gone to the Oakland Coliseum and gone to a game. Like I'd probably guess about like 80% of the Bay Area population has been to an A's game, whereas like maybe 40% or 30% had been to a Raider game, because there's 162, there's 81 games at the Coliseum per year
every season. Yep.
And then there would only be 8 Raider games. And then for the Warriors, there would be like 40 games in Oakland. So like the next closest sports team had half as many games.
Yep.
So there was more A's to go around.
And the A's tickets were the cheapest.
And they were the cheapest. And then it's the most like it's the least serious sport, I would say. Like you could go to a baseball game and just enjoy it, not like knowing either of the teams.
That's like kind of my favorite part about baseball games, is going there and just kind of like being able to talk to people. If somebody tried to talk to me, like genuinely start a full-blown conversation at a Raider game, I'd be tempted to slap them. You know what I mean? Unless it's about the game. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't actually slap somebody, but like I'd be like, what are you doing? It's 2nd and fucking 7. Watch the game. Yeah. Whereas like at a baseball game, it's like mid-pitch. You could be like, so what'd you have for dinner last night? And I'd be like, oh, steak. Yeah, it was really good, actually. I had it. It's like, it doesn't matter. They could hit a home run. I'd be like, yeah, it was so good. I didn't need any A1 sauce. Like you know what I mean?
Baseball is the most casual, friendly sport because of the tempo.
Yep. Which actually, I hadn't watched baseball in a while, and then this past weekend was my grandma's birthday, and my grandpa's a huge Giants fan, and we were watching a little bit of their Giants game against the Padres. And I didn't realize how fast-paced the new pitch clock made the game. It's completely different. I was like, when they passed the rule, I was like, good, finally. And then I watched it, and I was like, I don't like this.
I don't like it either.
This changes everything to me. Yeah. And that's just another – granted, I said I thought I would have liked it, but, like, that's just another reason to me that, like, the commissioner, like, okay, Roger Goodell. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. With the first pick, the Chicago Bears, like, everybody's booing Roger Goodell. Adam Silver from the NBA. He goes out there for the first pick. Hello, everybody, whatever, super creepy looking guy. Everybody's booing him. And then fucking Rob Manfred, it doesn't matter what he does. Like, nobody boos him. Probably because baseball fans are like 60-year-old and up, whatever. But I don't think people boo him, and yet I think he's the one commissioner that genuinely should be booed every time he ever shows his fucking face.
Dude, Rob Manfred has single-handedly made Roger Goodell the best commissioner in professional sports. And it's so like I feel like Roger Goodell is the one that has like the most like scandals or drama like in the background with like the whole concussions thing, and then like just sort of the nature, like the drama of football. And then Adam Silver, I thought Adam Silver was like far and beyond like the best commissioner, like for a while, like in like the 2010s. But then like we got sort of close to like where we're at now with the NBA, and then I kind of don't like the whole play-in tournament, and I don't like the bubble, or what is it? What are the teams that are trying to get into the into the playoffs? Like it's not just like 8 teams get in anymore from each conference. Like,
well, I thought that was the play-in tournament.
No, the play-in tournament, they do this like tournament in the middle of a season now. It's so weird.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. They did it like I thought it was interesting, but it didn't make any sense to me. And it was like all for money or whatever. But I thought the play-in tournament is like the 9, 10, 8, and 7 seeds.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me see.
And I think the bubble thing you're talking about might have been.
Oh no, yeah.
The COVID year.
No. Okay, hold on. What is all right? NBA in-season tournament. What is it?
Yeah, in-season. That's what it's called, I think.
Oh, the in-season tournament. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't like the play-in tournament, and I don't like the in-season tournament. I don't know. I
don't mind the play-in tournament. I think it'd be completely different for football, whereas for basketball, it's like, you have the 9 and 10 seeds who are just like a game off from the 8 seed, and it's like, well, shit, dude. Whereas you can just add an extra 2 or 4 playoff games, and it's just a 1 game, like just sudden death. I think that's cool. But also, I don't watch enough basketball to give a shit. From afar, I'm like, that's cool. Wouldn't work in the NFL, but that's a cool idea. But also, if I were a diehard fan, then yeah, maybe I'd be like, hate it, can't stand it. I never want my team to be the 7th seed,
Okay. The in-season tournament to me is stupid. The play-in tournament is less stupid, and I think I just dislike it because the Warriors would have made the playoffs the other year, but then they were a play-in team, and then they got bounced. I think they barely lost to the Lakers, and then they lost to Memphis, and then they just didn't have a run because of that. Whereas they could have at least had a fighting chance at like playing against the 1 seed, and we've seen the Warriors. The We Believe team took down the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
It just, I don't know. I don't think that things have to be too complicated in professional sports. Like, it really doesn't. The product on the court just has to be good. And then I don't know. I feel like Adam Silver just kind of makes these questionable decisions. But let's get back to the A's and
we'll probably try to wrap it up. I have at least 1 or 2 specific things I wanted to say about the A's. Did you have anything else, like major thoughts, before I kind of try to form my thoughts?
Well, I'd like to say that at the end, I'd like to ask you about, like, let's just take turns listing off things that we'll miss. About going to games at the Oakland Coliseum, or like, A's games. And like, I apologize to the fans who are like here for just the football, but this really means a lot to Mike and I. And then the Raiders not that long ago played in this stadium. And then, so it's really sad for the city of Oakland. And like, really, I don't think any fan base ever deserves to have their team stripped away from them,
Yep. And this city right here had 3 of them stripped away within a matter of 6 years?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Anthony says Oakland needs to change their nickname from the town to Ghost Town. They lost all their teams.
Yep. And I'll be able to tell my children and grandchildren about it. I lived through. Yeah, no. So
Yeah,
okay.
you would never guess what happened in the left field bleachers a few years before they left.
I understand that reference.
Or I guess it's not the bleachers, but the nosebleeds.
Yeah.
My goodness.
They were getting it on. Okay, so I think final points here, because this is a Raiders and Niners show, it relates very heavily to the Raiders. It was kind of where I was going with the whole point of like 2014, the Raiders trying to get a stadium in Oakland, not succeeding, whether that's because of Oakland or Mark Davis being kind of cash poor for an NFL owner, which you can be mad at him if you want for that at that time. I really wasn't. It's like, I can't imagine the Raiders being owned by anybody other than the Davis family. Someday it probably will be somebody other than the Davis family, because I really don't think Mark Davis has a son or daughter. So someday that's going to happen. But as long as the Davis family is kicking, they're going to be owning the Raiders, dude. So like, getting mad at Mark Davis for not being able to afford to pay for his own stadium in California, I don't think you get it. And granted, again, I've said it like at least 4 times, but I don't fully get it either. This is coming from a fan's perspective here. So you want to take it with a grain of salt, please do. Granted, like I said, the Raiders were attempting. Oakland, new stadium, proposal. Ronnie Lott Private Investment Group, proposal. Bigger investment group, proposal, right? Failed, whether it was Oakland or it was the NFL declining it. No, not happening.
Mm-hmm.
What also, and as I mentioned, there was like this ticking clock of like, you got the Chargers, you got the Rams, they're trying to get new stadiums. You have LA as this option, but they're also looking at LA. So if you want LA, if you can't get something done in Oakland, like, get something done in LA. And then it ends up slapping Mark Davis in the face anyways with like, you're not going there, buddy. Not you. The other 2 teams are. Okay? In 2014, that was when the Raiders are trying to stay in Oakland. In the heat of all of that, that is when the A's decided to sign a 10-year lease with the Oakland Coliseum to stay in the Coliseum. And that just killed any possibility of the Raiders building on the Coliseum site. That was killed. In the heat of their attempt to stay in Oakland, the A's said, well, we're staying here for 10 years, dude. We don't need to build a new ballpark. That's your problem, buddy. And then how many years later, they're gone, the Raiders. That's not even mentioning the A's today, which I will get to. Point being, it's just a massive slap in the face. And really, I think the A's gave the Raiders a slap in the face at that time of like, if you're going to figure something out, I guess you're going to have to figure it out somewhere else, man, because we're going to do the cheap thing and keep this lease going in this shitty stadium that every other professional sports team would be dying to get out of. And yet you want to extend yourself there for 10 years just because it's cheap, right? We said all our good things about the stadium, but still, like, comparing it to other ballparks and stadiums, it's just not up to standard. Anyways, what happens to the Raiders happens. The A's sign that lease. It's like, okay, well, we have the A's, dude. The whole idea behind it, they bring in Dave Cavall, like you said. We're going to get something done here. We brought in the stadium expert, Dave Cavall, who got the San Jose Earthquakes done. We're gonna do it in Oakland, man, and nobody's going to be in our way. The Raiders aren't going to be in our way. Suddenly, the Warriors aren't going to be in our way. It's just us and Oakland. And yet still, the A's leave. Well, before they left, what did the A's do? And you mentioned it, and this is the part that I kind of wanted to do myself here. The A's changed their slogan within probably 2 years, probably less, of the Raiders leaving Oakland. The A's changed their slogan to "Rooted in Oakland." right? It was all over the ballpark, the Coliseum that the Raiders just used to be in. All of a sudden slapped all over the stadium. It says rooted in Oakland. Any shirt you get, whatever, it has to say rooted in Oakland. They punched it down our throats of like, we are rooted in Oakland. And like, as a Raider fan, it felt like a slap in the face of like, okay. And maybe it wasn't purposeful. It's Oakland, oak trees, oak roots, right? We're rooted in Oakland. Cool. Yeah, we're here. And maybe just as a proud thing, they were like, we're going to stay here, man, because we're with the fans. We're going to do it, man. We're rooted in Oakland. Cool. Across the Bay, I got to do it. The Niners also changed their slogan to Faithful to the Bay. And that one, to me, was actually a bigger slap in the face at the time, where I was like, that feels completely useless. Not useless, but on purpose, you know? Why do you have to make it Faithful to the Bay? Just like, why not Faithful, rise up? It could have been anything. It had to be Faithful to the Bay, and it's still your slogan. But at the time, fresh wound, it felt like a slap in the face. I'm not going to hinder on that. The Niners aren't my target here, but you have to understand how that was a slap in the face to a freshly wounded Oakland fan who just lost the Raiders, you know?
At least the Niners have kept, they've kept it, and it's like could just be considered a coincidence, but
It
they
absolutely
definitely did. They definitely did it as like a jab to the
Absolutely.
Raiders.
Absolutely.
I think it was like real teams who want to be here stay here.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It was like this proud thing of like, well, we got it done. Why couldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, man. But I also understand that that's a play on words for the Niners because the Niners faithful. That's what their fans are called. I understand that. It could have been coincidence, like you said. But as a fresh wound, again, it felt like a massive slap in the face. But whatever. It's just words. Sticks and stones break my bones, whatever. And that's not even like obvious like a full-blown like calling somebody a name. It's just like if it's a jab, it's a jab. Who really cares? It just hurts as a fan a little bit because my team left. The Raiders are my team. Like, I'm not leaving the Raiders. And yeah, I could throw this hat on the ground right now. Actually, it says Oakland, so I'm not going to do it. But this shirt, I could throw it on the ground right now, light it on fire. I don't care anymore. I don't care about the A's, right? And that's for a reason. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just going to say the Niners could have picked like anything else to be their logo or their slogan. They could have done do it for the Bay, or if they wanted to keep faithful in it, they could have done do it for the faithful.
Right. That would be do it for that, or like I said, faithful rise up. But they
I don't like
to
faithful
add in
rise up. That doesn't
whatever. You get what I mean. But just the fact that they added in the Bay to their slogan. And I get it also from a marketing point of view because it's like, well, if there's any straggling Raider fans that don't know what to do, like, hey, if you live in the Bay, like, we're still here. Like, I get it.
I'm here.
At the end of the day, for these franchises, I said this to you on the phone, it's all about the money, right? That's why they change their slogans. That's why they do whatever they do. That's why they get new ballparks and stadiums. It's all about the money. It's all about the revenue, right? So if the Niners can profit from the Raiders leaving by getting more people in their stadium, good for them, man. If the Giants can profit from A's fans wanting to become Giants fans or just go to a baseball game for fucking once, good for them because they're making more money. They're probably happy about it secretly. But what kills me, and I'm going to leave the Niners now. What kills me is that the A's changed their slogan to Rooted in Oakland. We are doing it. We got Dave Cavall. It's all happening, man. The stars are lining up. It's going to happen. We're getting that Jack London Square ballpark, and then they go and leave. Like, what were you doing? What was the end goal? Was Vegas the end goal this whole time, and you were just fucking with us the entire time? Because like no sports franchise has ever made me realize more than the A's that they don't give a fuck about you. They don't. They really don't. And that goes for that could become a darker conversation actually, but I was going to say like that goes for the government and whatever else. any high up making money thing, they don't give a shit about you. They give a shit about your money. They will say what they have to say. They will show what they have to show. They will do what they have to do just to get your hard-earned money in their pocket. That's why they change slogans. That's why they get new ballparks or stadiums. That's why they do all this shit. And the A's, at the end of the day, John Fisher, he's the big man that's going to get all the money. He's doing all this cheap shit right now so that he doesn't have to spend his money because he's not getting revenue because the fans are finally fed up enough to just not go. Even opening day, they just don't go. They will stand outside for 3 hours, 20,000 of them, or however many there were, on opening day. They'll stand outside next to their fucking car instead of going to the ballpark to pay him money because they're so fucking sick of him. And yet at the end of the day, he's going to make out just A-okay because he's going to Vegas, and that's when things are going to work out for him. And yet Oakland's going to be teamless. It's still going to be Oakland, but it's just all a big, massive, gigantic slap in the face, and hell, I'd argue it's a punch in the face. Multiple. That's what I got.
Like, oh man, the way it could have worked out in Oakland, like, all right, move to Sacramento for a couple years, fine, but don't do it to like leave Oakland. I think that there probably was a way to get a stadium built if they wanted to demolish the Coliseum and build a brand new sports complex there. They could have done that.
They even proposed it. But whether it was Oakland the city or it was the MLB or whoever, they said no. I think it was Oakland, dude. That's why I had to throw in Oakland a little couple jabs there of like, you lose 3 teams, there's probably a fucking reason. But granted, is it wise reasons? Is it, so on and so forth? But continue.
But they could have done that. Like the way to save the Oakland A's would have been that. Okay, you're not going to get it done at Howard Terminal. Okay. Temporarily move yourself to Sacramento. I'm sure A's fans would be completely fine if they if they know that, all right, they're just temporarily going there and they're going to come back to a brand new Oakland Coliseum that's, maybe it might even be a dome or a retractable roof stadium, something like that. And not that they would necessarily need a retractable roof, but just bear with me. And then, the promise is that they're going, or not even promises, no promises. You start investing in that team, you will sell out that brand new sports complex for the next several years, as long as you invest in that team. But now it's gotten to a point over the past several years where A's fans have been knowing to expect this for like the last almost 25 years. Maybe longer, but it's been rinse and repeat, cycling through great young rising stars. And then just trading them away to the Yankees, trading them away to the Red Sox, letting them go to the Dodgers, letting them, go to the big teams. And it's never, we are the big team. It's always, we are the A's are the minor league. They're the minor league. They're like the professional minor league team in the MLB. And, Lowell Cone, shout out to Lowell Cone. He tweeted this, I think the day that the A's got announced to go to Sacramento, but how fitting, I think he said something along the lines of, how fitting is it that the A's, which are the MLB's minor league team, end up in a minor league stadium? It's poetic, or ironic.
No, I think the next 3 years, the Sacramento A's, which actually they're going to be nameless or cityless, I should say. They're just going to be the A's, by the way.
The Athletics.
So they're just going to be the Athletics, not of Sacramento, not the Sacramento A's. Seeing them on TV at any point in that ballpark like that right there to me is going to be the lifelong, between that and also empty Oakland stadiums, is going to be the lifelong epitome or like visual for me of John Fisher's A's. But it's going to suck when, and I hope it doesn't happen, honestly, because again, I'm done with them. It's going to suck when they go to Vegas and they start winning, and then that's going to be what people think of the John Fisher A's. It's going to be like, he saved that team. You know how fucking like disgusting that's going to be if that happens for Oakland fans? To have to hear other people like in sports saying like, man, Vegas sure did work out for the A's. I think John Fisher saved them. Like, you know how like that, again, slap in the face, dude. Just like, and I have to before, if you, I know I'm sure you have something, but like I have to say this again, maybe not again, but like just to really make sure I'm clear. Everything John Fisher has done feels wrong. And it really, I think it is wrong. Maybe Dave Cavall is the one that's in charge of getting the stadium done, and John Fisher's just, in fucking Puerto Rico or whatever, Bahamas, and just, flipping his money dollar bills one by one, chilling, does not give a care in the world. Regardless, like it's very possible, because you mentioning like the like there was a ballpark like city proposal that the A's did where it was like they were gonna have like, which they were gonna have what do you call that? Like
Low
cheap
income
housing, low income housing, like kind of attached to the ballpark at one point. And I think that was going to be at the Coliseum site.
Yeah, so
it was going to be like a big complex.
I think the Coliseum grounds were going to be its own baseball park. Like they were going to keep the field there, and it was going to be like a public park.
Yeah, and then Jack London Square.
And then Oracle Arena was still going to be there. And then, they were going to have low income housing and like sort of make it like beautiful around there, which I really liked that idea of like, the community being able to still appreciate and use the Coliseum. Like,
Yep.
Maybe games would still be played there. Like that was such a beautiful idea. And like that got taken from everybody. Like that was such a great idea. And then the stadium renders they had for Howard Terminal, it was beautiful. It was like one that could rival Oracle Park in San Francisco.
It was so exciting. I was like, you know what? The Raiders going to Vegas seems like it's working out, or it should work out. Like getting this on Jack London Square, like waterfront ballpark, with just like the city of Oakland
with the cranes,
like, perfectly.
The cranes of the Port of Oakland.
Yeah,
dude,
it was all set up perfectly in those proposals.
Perfect.
It looked perfect. And again, I have to say, in theory, because I don't know whose fault it is that it didn't happen, and that's what's kind of harder for me. Is like I'm talking the biggest, massive shit about John Fisher. He may or may not have been a massive part of it. The reason why I have to preface with like Oakland and like them kind of being the ones saying no to these proposals, whether it's the Raiders or the A's, is because that's what it is. So is it Oakland? Is Oakland the city who all of us loyal fans actually who we should be mad at? John Fisher and Mark Davis are easy punching bags because Mark Davis has the worst haircut in the world, and John Fisher is the cheapest owner in the world. And then, like, in Oakland, on paper, like, Mark Davis kind of was actually the cheapest owner in sports, in, like, big professional American sports. So it's easy for them to be the punching bags, whereas Oakland is kind of the city that's just, like, slowly fizzling out these teams, and they're just letting the owners get all the blame for it, That's kind of my fear of, like, I'm going to wear this hat proudly forever, and they were the bad guy all along. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, I'll say this. regardless of whether or not the city of Oakland was responsible for Howard Terminal falling through, it's still like the state of the A's is why
Yes.
it is directly John Fisher's fault.
1000%. I guess my point, like, as much as I hate John Fisher's way of, owning an Oakland baseball franchise, and putting a ball team on the ballpark field, I don't know. I would much rather take that every single year and be able to just go to a game and just kind of chill for 9 innings and go with a buddy, go with whoever, right? And just have a good time.
Mhm.
I'd rather have that in some shitty team to not be proud of, but at least I have a team. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Rather than all this shit that's happened. And just the whole point of this segment was like, they just up and decided, because the Leafs was coming up at the end of this year, but still, they just up and decided, like, we're not going to further exchange talks with Oakland. We're done with Oakland. We're going to Sacramento. And hell, we were considering fucking Utah because we're done with Oakland. It's just like, it's insane.
Yeah, no, they said we don't want to be here so bad that we're not even we don't care where the hell we go. We're not
Yep.
even going to play at a major league facility. We're going to
Yep.
play at a minor league facility.
And to wrap this all in like a circular bow, we're not even finalized with Vegas yet. It's not even finalized.
Yeah. We're leaving. We'll figure it out.
Yep. But we're not going to be in Oakland.
Yeah.
Like, and that again, that just gives me this gut feeling that Oakland plays insane hardball when it comes to, like, negotiations. And again, with my original preface, is it a good thing for the city and taxpayers' money, or is it a bad thing for sports? I have no idea because I'm not an expert and I'm not an insider on this. All I can give you is my perspective as a fan of these teams who have left me. So don't pity me. I'm still a fan of sports. I love the Raiders no matter what. They're my number one. The A's managed to do this in a way that really turned me off. Baseball had already been turning me off. I'm pretty much done. I'm excited for the final Battle of the Bay. Other than that, baseball can kind of kick rocks. Granted, the Giants do have, I'm pretty sure, the best ballpark in baseball and one of the top 5 professional sports arenas in all of American sports. And I will happily go to San Francisco Giants games when I can,
So what happens to this? What happens to this trophy?
The Giants probably keep it because they're still in the Bay.
I hope so.
And that's funny because I was totally joking with you like a week ago about how the Giants should change their slogan to, like, at least we're not the A's, and just make it like as obviously, like, the most obvious jab as possible. Yeah, just make it the biggest shot, like rooted in San Francisco. Just something stupid, But
or this bay is only big enough for the one of us.
This bay ain't big enough for the two of us.
Like, that's their slogan. Like, people are, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Just some petty shit. No, yeah. But like, this trophy is such a creative trophy, and we're getting robbed of the Giants and A's started doing this like maybe less than 10 years ago. But this trophy is built out of materials from the original Bay Bridge, right?
That makes sense. I didn't know that to heart, but that makes a lot of sense.
Here, I'm going to download this picture and I'm going to read off like the little things that are that like the trophy kind of signifies.
Yeah. While you do that, I'm gonna also give this last tidbit about specifically involving the Raiders. The thing that we aren't talking about, mostly because it happened before our time, is Al Davis and his effect on Oakland sports. And obviously, he had a positive effect with the Raiders in the 70s and 80s. But then, early 80s, because then they leave for LA, right? And I think, from what I understand, and again, don't quote me here, I'm not an expert, he wanted like box seats. He wanted more like current age things for the 80s, which is nothing compared to today. And he went to Oakland and said, hey, our stadium needs this and this, box seats or whatever, right? Or a third deck, Mount Davis, and it ended up becoming, right? And Oakland was like, yeah, we're not paying for that, and you're not going anywhere anyways, dude. Like, they probably still had a lease or whatever, right? And Al Davis is like, watch me. Because, Al Davis was a very stubborn guy, So the Oakland pissed him off, and he ended up leaving. And I think there was a whole thing with the NFL, and he had to sue the NFL to get it to happen and whatever. He ends up in LA. I don't know anything really about LA and all that stuff, but I do know that he never got his own stadium in LA. He just kind of rented an old stadium,
Didn't they play at
the
Los
Coliseum.
Angeles Memorial?
Yeah, I think so. It's the one with the big track around it, the field.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
So I don't know if it was because he never got like the groundwork to get his own stadium in LA, or if he just didn't like the vibe of LA and it didn't fit the Raiders to him, or what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually he decided, I'm done with LA, got to go back to Oakland, and was able to negotiate with Oakland to get Mount Davis and press boxes or whatever it was that he needed for the stadium to be, up to standard for him in the NFL. This is where, like, again, I don't know the effects. I don't know the financial aspect to this, but I've heard that Mount Davis is kind of still being paid for by Oakland taxpayers. And, the stadium ended up becoming what was considered a dump within 20 years of getting that done in the 90s. It's just like not the most forward-thinking thing. And you consider how much it cost to get it done. Because if you've seen old photos, you could probably put it up right now if you want. Yeah. Old photos of the Oakland Coliseum before Mount Davis, like, it's just a beautiful ballpark. That's what it was. And yeah. I'm sure, like, somebody watching our video all the way up until this point was probably screaming, but Al Davis, Mount Davis, whatever. Here I am, like, giving this aspect to it. I said earlier, like, things happen for a reason. For lack of a better term, you take that, but also like butterfly effect.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mount Davis and what Al Davis did to bring the Raiders back to Oakland actually has a major impact on what has happened to Oakland sports today.
Yeah, so
I'll leave that up. Go ahead. Yep.
Here's the picture of what the Coliseum looked like in the 90s.
Yep.
And like, it's very similar, I'd say, to like what Dodger Stadium looks like right now. And I don't think people complain about that. And then it's beautiful. You have a beautiful view of the Oakland Hills. Like, it's like a really nice venue. And then this is like what that view has been turned into. And granted, is it a downgrade? Yes. Does this look bad? I don't think so. Like, my personal opinion is that Mount Davis doesn't look as bad as what people say, but I think the fact that it's just like associated with taking out this view here, I think that's the bad part.
Yeah, and I think to me, like, okay, yeah, the view for sure. It's like, damn, dude, we don't get the Oakland Hills, but also, you build Mount Davis, and it's like they rarely use that Mount Davis deck for seating. Like the A's never did. the Raiders, I do remember seeing fans up in there, but like, you know, I don't know. It was so far up. It's like, what's the point? Like I think I understood it. Like in thinking about it, it's like I understand it from Al Davis's perspective. It's like, hey, our stadium's kind of the laughing stock, even back in the '80s, for the NFL. You know, of like we don't have press boxes, we don't have or whatever it was, plus additional seating. You know, for more revenue. I don't know.
The press boxes are behind home plate. You know, that's where like
Right.
that's where the announcers will be, and then like they sort of like I guess I guess they spread out around that.
Yeah.
Like
I
typically
shouldn't.
the announcers are always like right behind,
Right.
and then in center field, what they essentially built were suites.
Suites. Yeah, that's what I meant. Not press boxes, but like box suites. That's what he wanted because you could get more revenue from it. Yeah. But point being there, I think if you want to look more into it or just, you know, get your own opinion on that, I think Al Davis has a massive effect on what has happened here in recent years with the Coliseum and Oakland sports. And obviously that could be taken in a major negative way. I think for the Raiders, things worked out. I think for the A's, at the end of the day, for Oakland fans, it didn't really work out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But in my personal opinion, as an Oakland fan, the Raiders being in Vegas is not a problem with me. Like I, 100 out of 100 times, take them in Oakland over Vegas if I could. But like going to Vegas for a weekend, it's cool with me. I kind like my goal, not my main goal in life or anything, but like a big goal of mine is to someday be a season ticket holder in Vegas because one game and I was just wowed, you know. But as an Oakland A's fan, it's like the way things went out is just a complete 180, emotional and just reactive way, you know.
Why would your dream be to be a season ticket holder in Vegas when you can just own them?
Right. Well, I should say realistic. Dude, being the Raiders owner would be insane. But
okay,
anyway,
question: if you were the Raiders owner, would you move them back to Oakland if you had the money to do it?
I'm sure negotiating with Oakland would be a hell of a time, but having that stadium in Vegas, non-state income tax and all that shit, they are set up. If I'm the owner, if like in a real setting, if I were the owner tomorrow or in 20 years, I would keep them in Vegas.
Well, that's disappointing. I was like over here thinking like, you know, all right, you're the owner of the Raiders. You move them back to Oakland. All the fans are like, yeah, this guy gets it. We're going back to our roots. That's where we belong. You know, this is the real fans owner. And then you're just like, yeah, the tax implications though.
Well, I'm sure it has just everything, but like okay. We've had this conversation before. I know that I don't think it was on the pod though, but like if you live in Baltimore, and you want to go on vacation, are you going to go like you get a book of places you can fly to, all the same price? Are you going to go to Hawaii or Detroit?
I'm going to Hawaii.
Right. Are you going to go to San Francisco or Compton?
What's the difference? No,
Sorry. No offense to Compton, no offense to Detroit. But are you going to go to Las Vegas or are you going to go to Oakland?
Well, Oakland is closer. I don't have to fly.
Not to Baltimore.
No,
if you live in Baltimore.
You said Oakland or Las Vegas. Oh, if I live in Baltimore.
If you're just an average person living in Baltimore, you live in Buffalo, wherever, from the east, because that's where most people live, I think, besides California. But if you live out there, or even if you live in Portland, like if you want to go on vacation, now granted, if you go to Oakland, you can also just go to San Francisco too. like the Bay Area as a whole is nice. But if it's like you can only go to one city, Vegas or Oakland, which one are you going to? It's obvious. That's why I would keep them in Vegas. The revenue will be far bigger in Vegas. It's not even funny. The stadium's beautiful, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, I was. Oh, hold on. My other AirPod died. Let me put the other one back in. Decided to charge. Let me see. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, 1 second.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. All right. If I was the 49er owner, like if I just somehow got hold of the team, the very first order of operation I would do is move them back to San Francisco.
Oh, yeah. No, that makes total sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, Candlestick is a great area.
First, I would focus on get them the hell back in San Francisco, then focus on the team.
Yeah. I mean, getting a quarterback would be nice. It's funny because my dad's been coming and showing me these like TikToks and YouTube videos about how recently the Chiefs are actually having like beginning stages of
Moving.
like lease talks with Kansas City, and they're not like the most positive talks right now. And I'm like, wow, what an interesting time for them. Like if you take away Pat Mahomes, the Chiefs might be the next team to relocate. And Kansas City is a forgotten city, just like Oakland and especially St. Louis. You know, like St. Louis has no chance. Like Kansas City, I mean, my dad was mentioning, you know, the Chiefs originate, I think, from Dallas. And it's funny because like the day before he started talking about this to me, I saw a thing, totally off topic, but like one of the mayor of Dallas or something was like saying like we should have 2 teams in Dallas. Like, dude, and I was even thinking about it today. I was like, man, if you take away Pat Mahomes and the recent success in Kansas City, because all that will get them a new stadium. Just like the Warriors with San Francisco. That shit gets you stadiums. The owners, richer, whatever, right? But imagine an alternate reality where in 10 years from now, the Chiefs go to Dallas. Sacramento A's.
All right. Go on. We'll get to the comment in a second. I appreciate you checking out the channel. But finish your thought.
Imagine an alternate reality where the Chiefs and Dallas Cowboys are sharing the stadium in Arlington, but both teams originate from Dallas. Now, granted, I told my dad, I was like, that's not happening because Dallas fans are devoted to the Cowboys. You'll have Chiefs fans from Kansas City, and they travel well, which I don't blame them right now. If the Raiders had the best player in football right now and they were winning Super Bowls, we would travel well. Same with Niner fans. But the Chiefs would not be well represented in Dallas. I can tell you that because they originate from Dallas, yes, but it's like from 1955, or 60.
Yeah. So Mr. Jason 916 says Sacramento A's. I'm assuming since you're checking out the channel and commenting like that, you're not an A's fan. I'm also not an A's fan, but I'd say I'm a Giants fan, but I don't hate the A's. Like the A's hold a special place in my heart for the Bay Area. What were you saying, Mike?
I will say that 916 is the area code for Sacramento.
Oh,
so
well, congratulations on your sports team.
Yeah, so he's probably excited.
Yeah,
because like I said, I kind of mentioned it earlier, but for Sacramento, this is an interesting, and the same would have been said for Utah, where if the A's went to one of those 2 state places, which they went to Sacramento, they can show, the city can show to the league, hey, we are a viable option if you ever were to expand. Which there have been rumors in the past couple of years that I've seen that the MLB wants to expand. So I think Sacramento, Utah, not Oakland, not Vegas because they're getting a team, but Sacramento and Utah for sure. I'm sure there are other places. Portland, yeah, that clearly poses, really good options.
Mm-hmm. So Mr. Jason 916 says, "I'm an A's fan from Ricky Henderson and Dave Stewart." Wow, that's yeah. I mean, you've been an A's fan for a very long time, longer than Mike over here. Mike, I mean, when did Ricky Henderson actually retire?
I personally don't know. It was before my time.
Mm. Yeah, so we weren't alive to witness when the A's were actually like good, and then I'm kind of thankful that me as a Giants fan, I didn't witness that because I would have been heartbroken losing, being alive during that Battle of the Bay 1989 World Series. But yeah, I mean, since you've got 916 in your name, how are you feeling about the A's moving to Sacramento and then obviously using that as like a stepping stone to go to Las Vegas? Like, what are your thoughts as a fan since like they've been in Oakland, since what, 1968? I think since 1968.
I think I saw it's been 56 years in Oakland. So that sounds right.
Mm-hmm. Also, I noticed that this is probably your first time commenting on the channel, since we probably would have recognized the Batman logo, and which Mike and I are huge Batman fans, and we probably would have recognized the name. But we're primarily a football podcast, but we do like from here and then like we can't just not talk about the final sports team leaving Oakland. You know what I mean? So the gist of this channel, I bring the Niners perspective. Mike brings the Raiders perspective. Oh, wow. Took off the Oakland. See, like that. Mike's ready.
Hey, man, we got the draft in 2 weeks. Come on now. We can't be all sad all the time.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Jason says, the Kings owner is a better owner than the current A's owner. My belief is Vivek is going to end up buying them in the end. Is Vivek the owner of the Kings? I think that's the owner of the Kings. Kings owner. Yeah, Vivek Ranadive. I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation, but yeah, he's the owner of the Kings.
That's the other thing. That you know what? That's a great point. I remember my theory being that Mark Davis moved the Raiders to Vegas, and built up their value. Like their value skyrocketed from like 1.2 billion to now they're worth like 5 billion or something. Like they've tripled in value since going to Vegas. And I theorized minorly, maybe Mark Davis, because he was not that rich as an NFL owner compared to all the others, maybe he moved into Vegas, put his Davis family stamp on the franchise, and then he could sell the team for a massive profit and live happily ever after. That made sense to me. John Fisher, he's doing all the cheapest things possible. That's all he's done is just cheap. And he's going to move this team to a big city. It's going to skyrocket in value. And you're probably damn right. He can sell the team for a massive profit.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Never thought of
that. So real quick, I do want to get to this comment, but I want to hang on to this, Mike. Holding on to the idea of the Kings owner purchasing the A's. Would it be so bad if they got a stadium built in Sacramento, they switched ownership, and they're still in California? Like, they're still relatively close.
I think because the Vegas thing is not finalized, if Vivek was like forward thinking enough to pay the full expected price from John Fisher's point of view of like, well, in Vegas it'd be worth this, and if Vivek was like, fuck it, yes, but it can't go to Vegas. I want the team in Sacramento. If he were able to do that, because bear in mind, I still think Oakland is a major reason why the city is a major reason why these teams are leaving. If you can put the A's in Sacramento along with the
The
Kings,
Kings. That works.
I'm fine with that. My mom lives 20 minutes from Sacramento. I'm fine with that. I might be wearing the shirt more often if they did that. Now, granted, it would still feel like, but it's not Oakland, you know? Like, I would have this weird, like, disdain, but winning cures everything. And I think under new ownership,
Yeah.
I'd be fine with it. But with John Fisher, it's like, go to hell. You know?
Yeah. I think anything sort of tied to John Fisher is probably like, it's probably like red territory or like just, a no-fly zone. Like, A's fans are not having it with him. But if you switch ownership and he decides, you know what? All right, we're going to get a stadium, like state-of-the-art stadium built in Sacramento, and it's like kind of close to where the Kings play. I think there probably is a market out there. You're the first person, Mr. Jason, to that I've heard mention the Kings owner buying them. But I think that is a good solution if they're not going to stay in Oakland, to at least have any sort of like pairing to save grace with the fans of Oakland. You know what I mean? It's like a little bit of a middle ground, and then maybe later down the line we can. I mean, it's a long shot, but get Bart out there. Could you imagine how crazy it would be to have Bart all the way to Sacramento? It's not going to happen, but I mean, there's trains to Sacramento.
Yes. Yeah. No, there's people that ride the train from Sacramento to the Niner games.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And, yeah, I mean, they could easily, trains would work. I mean, I don't know about flying to Sacramento, but, it's a 2-hour drive. It's like, to me, that's nothing. Paired with, for me, it's even easier because my mom lives there. So any given weekend, I could be at my mom's and be like, oh, shit, the A's are playing the Cubs. Let's go to a game.
I think it'll be imperative to see how the attendance is from the people of Sacramento. Because if it's like going to be low attendance there too, and they show that like, it's going to be hard for people to get to Sacramento. Like, let's say the majority of the fan base is in Oakland, and like it's a 2-hour drive for 81 games per year. I don't think it's going to happen, but like, let's just say they're able to build the fandom similar to what the Kings have done over in Sacramento. And like, I think they sell out the Golden One Center. It is the Golden One Center, right? Sacramento. Pretty sure.
I believe so.
Where they light the beam. But, under new ownership, new direction, maybe you can attract new fans that are closer over there geographically, because there is no team in Vegas. I'm sure that there will be an expansion team, or there will be a baseball team that eventually gets to Las Vegas, but it doesn't have to be the A's. And I kind of feel like if the A's are going to move anywhere, like obviously I would want them to stay in Oakland, just because I feel like, Oakland deserves at least one sports team. And that's just like how I felt my whole life, is like, I really like the rivalry between San Francisco and Oakland. And it's like East Bay versus San Francisco. But, I liked the idea of San Jose. I wouldn't have minded that they moved there. Or I wouldn't have minded that they moved there. I wouldn't have liked it, but I wouldn't have mind. I think Sacramento is like a good middle ground. It's not Las Vegas, and then under new ownership would be good. I want to get to this comment, that Mr. Jason also, took the time to put, but he said, I was searching local teams podcasts and your channel popped up. So I'm checking it out. Well, we appreciate you for checking out the channel and sharing your thoughts. We post mainly 49ers and Raiders content. Like I'd say it's probably like, depending on the week, it's like maybe one week has a little bit more Raiders, maybe one week has a little bit more Niners, because there's, we want to talk about, what's going on, but we talk about both teams and try to keep it as equal as we can. But we understand that I mean, the coverage isn't always going to be equal. So,
during the season, we're usually once a week, and then right now it's the off season. We're probably like every 2 weeks or so, depending on the news and whatnot. But if you're a fan of the Raiders or the Niners or football in general, hop on aboard, man. We have a fun time here.
Yeah, we've had fans of like all NFL teams come regularly. Like we even have a Cowboy fan that comes in pretty regularly. We've had a Chiefs fan, Jets fan. Yeah, just imagine it. We've had people from all over kind of come in, and it's been like a really cool thing to build this podcast over like the past year. So, we appreciate again you checking us out. But Mike, before we get out of here, I want to go over this little exercise, and I want us to take turns saying things that we're gonna miss about going to see games at the Coliseum, because I'm sure that you were a season ticket holder for the Raiders in the Coliseum, right? You and your dad. Yeah, so that place has a lot of special meaning to you. And the bond that you have with your dad. I went to a lot of A's games with my dad. I've been to all kinds of games.
Well, when we had our first episode of this pod, we like introduced ourselves, and like in hindsight, first off, I know we've talked about this before, but like that first pod, we didn't even do a live stream because we didn't really know yet how we were going to do it. And we were I know I was nervous. I'm sure you were nervous. Because you're, first time, like really putting yourself out on the internet and stuff. It's like, now I'm just cussing freely and I'm like, I might regret this, but,
you're never going to get hired, but
I'm never going to work for ESPN, but also like someday my grandkids might be like, oh yeah, that's right. My grandpa had a podcast. And it's like me just throwing out F-bombs and shit. They're going to be like,
they're going to be like, this guy? Your grandpa was cool.
Right. But, the thing that I had mentioned, like my sports fandom history or whatnot was like, I didn't start as a football fan. I started as an Oakland A's fan and playing t-ball, playing, fast pitch baseball, and like learning sports through baseball through grade school and stuff. And then middle school, my dad finally like asked me if I wanted to go to a Raider game, probably because he was like,
he wanted to go.
Well, no, it was more of like, I don't know if you're old enough to go to a Raider game because these people are maniacs, whereas baseball games are chill. And also I grew up knowing baseball. So going to a baseball game, I sat there and understood it. Whereas like also from a guy's perspective, like if I had a kid and I'd take my kid to a Raider game and he's like 8 years old and he's like, Dad, can we go? Or like, can we get a hot dog? And like second and 7, I'm like, God, fuck, damn it. You know what I mean? Like I could see where my dad's like, I'm not taking him to a game until he grows the fuck up. But I still tell myself it's because Oakland games are hardcore, but it's really not that. But all it took was one game for me. I go to one Oakland Raider game and it's like, football is my sport. And then, as I grow up, it's like I understand cap space and all that, and we've talked about it. For me, the MLB is souring, my opinion, right? But it's just funny in reflection talking about this now. It's like in our first podcast, I was talking about like, I started up really as an A's fan and then eventually Raider fan, yada, yada, yada. But now here we are, the A's are leaving for sure. So it seems it's definitely. And we're reflecting on the stadium. So did you want me to go first or you first? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off or anything there.
No. I'll let you go first.
Okay. So this is for the stadium as an A's fan or in general?
We can go in general.
Okay. Maybe how about at the end I'll get it doesn't matter.
No, let's just do in general.
Okay. But obviously for you it's A's because you never went to a Raider game, right?
Like no, I never went to a Raider game, but we'll just be talking about the Coliseum itself.
Okay.
And then if a team is attached to it, let it be.
Yeah. I need to think hard for this one. I should have more things than you, but I might not. I think the first one was the one I already said. So this is specifically for A's games, but hearing the horns in the right field, like just like randomly, all that, like easily.
So one of a kind, like sound. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I'll
You don't get
remember
that
it when
at
I'm
any
old.
other professional, sports. I think.
If you pull up any
Well,
YouTube
maybe
video, any
soccer.
old,
Soccer, definitely.
yeah, you pull up any old YouTube video of like 2015 A's or whatever, like you will hear it in the video for sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. One thing I'm gonna miss about the Coliseum is being able to take Bart and you're right there.
Yep. That was the go-to for sure.
So easy to get to the Coliseum.
So easy, and especially today, it's even more fitting with gas prices. But like, I don't even think it was a $4 ticket from most of the time. But I can remember to get both two-way. Well, from San Leandro, it's like 2 stops away for me, like Bayfair, but still, like, only a $4 ticket to go to to get transport to a game. Have your parent drop you off at Bart, or if you go with a buddy or whatever, like park at Bart. But like, you don't have to drive in the traffic to the game, and then getting out of the game isn't like complete hell in your car. You just go to the BART station and wait. Like at first, especially Raider games, it's like BART station's packed, but like BART was clutch.
Mm-hmm. So it's your turn.
I should have been thinking more than talking. For Oakland games,
it's tough because you think of so many things at once that like it's so hard to pinpoint one.
I think I think this goes for every sporting event, so this probably shouldn't really count. But I think Oakland, the stadium, especially for A's games, had a very specific smell. And like, again, I think this goes for every stadium because it's like you're smelling beer, not really popcorn, but hot dogs.
Yeah, popcorn, hot dogs. Yeah, you're smelling all that.
You're smelling all of it. But I think with the A's stadium, it was mostly the beer and hot dogs, And then also, like, not even in the ballpark, but also like tailgating or whatever. Like, I don't know, just certain smells. Like, if I were at the stadium, I'd be like, I smelled that 100 times,
Yeah.
And not the sewage.
So I guess that would be my next one. I'm going to miss tailgating for sure.
Yeah.
I've had a couple, really good times tailgating.
Yeah. I guess we'll get one last good one with the
A's Giants game.
Yeah,
Final battle of the Bay.
Because it's not just going to be you, it's going to be a whole group of us, so it should be cool.
Yeah. Mr. Jason, real quick, in between our thing, I want to get to this comment. I'm ready, and we'll catch you guys definitely up to the draft and football season starts. I'm a Raider fan, and I subscribe. Thank you for the subscription. We look forward to seeing your comments, along with, all the people who regularly comment on the channel. We appreciate you stopping by and sharing your thoughts. So, it's really cool to see like all the different backgrounds of people that kind of, come into the channel. Like, you coming in being an A's fan, you know what I mean? It's like different. Like somebody comes in from being a Niner fan, somebody comes in from being a Raider fan. Obviously you're a Raider fan as well, but people just want to like, listen to a good podcast. So, I appreciate the support. Mike, it's your turn to pick.
In the next pick of the Coliseum draft, I am choosing the occasional scent of marijuana. No, I'm kidding. Although that is a thing. Um,
Yeah, I don't know if I'll miss that, but I
Yeah,
mean, maybe in like, what you said about the smells.
yeah, it goes hand in hand. Yeah, good point. Good point. See,
Mhm.
I almost like got myself out of a pick basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Like the voices of the announcers, and this especially goes for Raider games. Like the Raider announcer, I think it used to be the same guy. I could be wrong though, but like,
Mhm.
and there is. I don't want to go too far here, but they have new announcers for the A's. Me no likey, but the
Are you talking
old like it
You're talking about the play-by-play announcers, or are you talking about like the PA announcers?
like PA like touchdown Raiders if you're at the game or like
If you're at the game, okay.
so like now batting number
Yeah.
20 third baseman Josh Donaldson. That guy's voice. Hearing
Yeah.
that throughout a game was the best. And then at some point they changed it. I don't know what reason was. And I was just like, where am I?
Yeah.
You know?
He was really good at it. He was
He
very
was
good at it.
great. He was
Yeah.
great. I wish I knew his name, dude. But yeah, just the way I just said that, now batting, like that, I'm probably not the best at it, but still, like, I hear it in my head.
Yeah, I hear
Yeah.
it in my head too. So
Yeah.
that's a good pick. I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm going to miss the vendors on the walk over from Bart. Like the people selling cheap,
The hot
like
dogs with the
cheap
bacon.
hats, the hot dogs with the bacon, selling waters. I'm gonna miss seeing that.
Yeah, I
Like
think I'll add
$5
on.
beanies.
Yeah, I think I'll add on to this to kind of merge kind of your two choices. Not to say that they should be together because I think they are separate things, but like, you ride in from Bart and then you walk that through that tunnel.
Yes.
It's not a tunnel, but the bridge with
Yes.
the fencing.
Yeah,
Like
the walkway.
walking from Bart down that bridge and you get those vendors, but then also seeing the stadium as you're walking, it's like great
Yeah.
feeling. Even though
Great experience.
even though it's like totally run down, for lack of a better term, and like other stadiums and ballparks and whatever arenas would like laugh at us for saying like great experience, but like it doesn't matter.
It's
It
not
was
run
special.
down. It's just outdated. It's not run
Yes.
down. It's outdated.
Yes. Thank you. Outdated.
We've said run down earlier, and I kind of regretted saying it. It's not run down. It's outdated.
Yeah. No, good point. Good point. Outdated. Yeah. Like not up to standard for sure.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
no, it's always a special feeling like walking up to the stadium and being like, you get on that bridge and it's like, I'm here. I'm getting the smells now,
Mm.
So yeah.
What are you gonna miss?
As in my next choice.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know if this really counts, but I'm sure it does. But like the Oakland vibe, which I'm sure you can kind of get, like from as in like the Bay Area vibe. If you go to a Niner game or a Giants game, like at Niner games, they'll play like "Blow the Whistle" or whatever Mac Dre song,
Mhm.
probably Hyphy or whatever. But like, like at a Raider game, there's like this specific Oakland vibe when they play that sort of music and like the team just scored or whatever. And like Marshawn Lynch, I guess this is kind of more of an
Doing
Oakland
like the
or
dance.
the dance because they were playing some, West Coast song and the Raiders were up like 42-14 on the Jets. So he was just like, fuck it, I'm going to dance. And one of the all-time greatest moments I've ever experienced at a Raider game, because like at first he was just dancing to dance, like the song was just on, and then the cameras caught him and he was on the jumbotron or whatever you want to call it, screen, and then the entire stadium was dancing. And this is 2017, week 2, coming off of 2016 when we thought like we're a Super Bowl contender because we're idiots, and then 2017 it's like we win week 1 and then week 2 we're killing the Jets. Like I feel like that was the last moment I got as an Oakland fan to be like to celebrate the like immediate moment, obviously you're going to celebrate a touchdown and all that, but like I think there was a certain feeling not only towards Oakland and all of that aspect, but also like for the team and like being proud of the team. It was like we have a good reason to dance right now,
Yeah, I think you guys
because
were
we
like,
thought we were going to win some shit that year.
2-0.
Yep, we felt good, and then it's like from there it just tanked. But that final little moment of like, fuck yeah, let's like this is worth dancing for,
Yeah.
But above that, as far as what I miss is that Oakland vibe. I think you'll still get the Bay Area vibe from the San Francisco teams, but the Oakland vibe is very specific. And like the way they play music and the way the fans react to things, it's all the Oakland vibe.
I think the next thing I'll miss, and I'm going to get very specific with these, so be prepared to be very specific if you want to keep adding things that you're going to miss, but like, it means a lot to me.
Okay. Yeah, I got one.
Okay. I know what you're going to say.
Unless you're going to beat me to it right now.
Yeah. You know what? I'll say it. I'm going to miss the piss troughs. There's never going to be another stadium with piss troughs.
Never.
Unless they're like, I don't know how Soldier Field is in Chicago, or like, if there's other old stadiums, but like I'd imagine like Yankee fans going to the Oakland Coliseum for the first time are like, what the fuck is this piece of shit?
Yeah. Oh, they probably come into the bathroom and they're like, I think I can hold it.
Yeah. They come into the bathroom and it's like, hey, these sinks don't have faucets. They don't have faucets.
You guys aren't washing your hands?
Or,
oh, shit.
Hey, they feed pigs here?
Dude, can you tell the story?
Yes. Yeah, I'll tell the story. Okay, so I was using the restroom like maybe like 2-3 years ago. I forget how many years ago it was, but it was at the Coliseum. And man, I go to use the restroom, and obviously I'm handling my business. And there's this guy that's like, a couple I would say like a couple feet
bodies
away.
Yeah,
a couple bodies away, but like I could clearly see like this guy was pissing right next to this guy. And the other guy like either was like really fucked up on something, or like, was just not right in the head, or maybe a little bit of both. But so like the guy is like struggling. He's like, oh no, right? And then like, so I see out of the corner of my eye, the dude is like turning his shoulders towards the other guy and is about to start peeing on the other guy. And the other guy goes, the guy goes, get it together, man. You would never get that with urinals today, dude. Like everybody's peeing in the same, like, the same container,
Yeah.
But I like, after that, I was just like, zip, let me dip the fuck out of here before something happens. Like I was not willing to find out how that would escalate. And then like, I just remember going back to my seat, like, what the hell did I just witness? Like,
yeah,
God, no, I don't want to.
Like, I'm just imagining he's just drunk out of his mind. And when you see a drunk person like tumbling, like they're gonna fall, but they're fighting it so hard. I'm just assuming he's just slowly leaning back and then like leaning to the side, and his stream is just getting closer and closer. And the guy's like, "Get it together, man!"
Yeah. Yeah. No, but like, he was just like out loud, and then the guy, like, the guy just like, it's funny because like he just like turns his head like looks at him like, get it together, man.
Meanwhile, he's like completely defenseless because he's holding his dick, and he's just like mid piss, like, dude, stop.
Yeah.
Oh god,
like,
dude.
What are you gonna do? Like, stop? Like, you just,
Right.
Yeah. That's one of those, like, in that situation, I don't know, man. I would be afraid because even if you do run away, like, what if this dude fucking chases you or fully turns around at you? Like, you have to, yeah. All right, moving on. That was a very funny story, but your turn.
That was good. I guess this is kind of a tandem, like very specific fans and also very specific, like you said, vendors. So like there was a guy who got really popular, the hot dog guy. I think his name's like Sal. I'll find him right now on Twitter.
Yeah. While you find him,
yep.
While you find him, I just want to say one last thing about the piss troughs. It wasn't that I wanted it to be open, but the fact that it was united everyone like no other restroom could.
Yes. It is. It's not going to work, is it?
No, just put it close. Put it close.
There we go.
Yeah, see?
But that is how the hot dog guy will do this.
Yeah. Here, maybe I can share my screen. I'll find him.
Oh. All right, yeah.
How? Okay.
And he was more like later years of Oakland. But
this guy.
Yeah, there you go. If you're an Oakland fan, yeah, even you remember him.
Yeah, I remember him. 100%.
Dude, he was so fucking funny. God, what would you
shout
do?
Out to him. I'm gonna follow him right now.
Yeah, he's awesome. And also if you scroll down, like he's just all like sell all that stuff. Like he's very much into it. But the funniest thing he ever did that at least that I remember, I'm sure he did some, like he did a lot of funny stuff. Like he was just hilarious during the game. But my favorite thing that he did is the way I should put it is, in a chant where it's like, let's say you're going to spell out Broncos. It's like, give me a B, give me an R, O-N-C-O-S. What does that spell? Broncos. Well, fucking Hal would just go, just right before a pitch, give me an A. And then 18 people give him an A. And then he goes, what's that spell? A's. Like, you're expecting him to spell out athletics, and he just says A. He's like, what's that spell? The first time he did that, when he said, what's that spell? I laughed out loud. I was like, that's the most clever shit ever, because it's quick, that's probably what he needs to do, is just something quick, But that's kind of annoying me.
I'm really liking this game that we're playing right now. It's very it's very genuine.
And then along with him, obviously he's one of the vendors that I remember. I don't know if I'm remembering any specific vendors besides him. I feel like there might have been one guy. I feel like there was one guy. I know Banjo Man, which
I was also a
Niner. He's a Niner fan.
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna miss Banjo Man, and I've heard mixed things about Banjo Man. Like some people say he's not a real fan or whatever. I don't care about any of that. One time, my dad was taking my brother and I to the A's Giants game. It was a Battle of the Bay series, and we were driving, I think, on Hagenberger, and Banjo Man is over there freaking hitchhiking, and we pick him up.
Oh shit!
And yeah, we pick him up, and then I forget if we parked at the Coliseum or like a couple blocks away from the Coliseum because we didn't want to. My dad didn't want to pay for parking, or I forget. But it was like an '85 Suburban, like I don't know how it didn't get broken into, is what I'll say. Like, but we probably parked at the game. I don't remember that specific detail. I was like 10 years old. But we go, and then I think my dad asked Banjo Man to play us a song, and he did. But like one of his strings was like broken, but he still played one. Like he was playing the banjo, and we were just headed over. Like it didn't matter that we were Giants fans, that he was an A's fan. Like the Battle of the Bay is not like, I feel like it's a healthy, like friendly rivalry that like you can kind of celebrate that there's two teams in the Bay, and like it's a good thing that like, or it was a good thing that we were able to like have that rivalry. You know what I mean? It was like, it wasn't like Giants Dodgers is not that.
No.
A's Giants is like people can come together because like you're gonna have friends who are A's fans. You are gonna have friends who are Giants fans, and like all just like like something that's just not that serious. It was like the Giants would win one day, and then maybe the A's would win the next day. Like just the fact that it was a series too.
Yep.
So it was always like fun. But so I'll miss Banjo Man.
Yeah, and then I guess another mention would be like Gorilla Rilla from the Raiders. Anytime you'd look Black Hole, you'd see him. And there were other guys that you could like. If you went to enough games, you'd see them and be like, "Oh yeah, I remember him." Okay, yeah. But I'd say those three are probably the ones that I will remember the most. Would be Al, Banjo Man, and Gorilla Rilla. Not in any particular order.
Okay. My next thing is I'm going to miss walking up to the stadium. Even though I was not a fan of either team, I miss seeing the A's logo and the Raiders logo on the other side of it. Like, and all the years that they won. Like the banners. It was just like a cool little detail.
It was the cool first thing you see when you're coming up that bridge from Bart. That's the first thing you see is the two teams' logos and the years that they won championships. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to miss that.
What else will I miss?
Well, you think, I was going to say too, another thing that's like so heartbreaking about the A's leaving is just the fact that like they were the team that was supposed to care about the community more than all the other teams. Like the park over where we played Little League, they redid the field. They sent a major league player over to meet with kids. Like the A's were like the one that gave back to the community.
Yeah, it was Adam Rosales.
Yep.
Yeah, they brought dirt from the Coliseum to the kids' ballpark and put it on the field to help like replenish the ballpark essentially, and it looked like it made a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's even a thing I will remember. Like it's one of my favorite things from like being a kid was like they did really cool stuff, and you know what? That's what I'll put as my next one that I remember is like all the giveaway games. and like fireworks games, like the special games, essentially.
Yeah.
Like their firework games are like unmatched, borderline.
Yep. And
then
I guess on that same subject, I'll miss hearing the fireworks from my house.
Yep.
You can hear those from hella far away.
Oh yeah. But the fireworks were also like really good too. That's the cool thing.
Good music, really good fireworks show at the Coliseum. So I guess
lights
that's the Giants.
What, they play that song?
Dude, they play that song like every game.
Well, that makes sense because it's the city, but like every time that, unless it was like Star Wars themed or something, every time they started the fireworks at the A's games, that's the song they'd play.
Yeah. Well, at least the past several Giants games I've gone to, I've noticed they play that song a lot. Like maybe I just go to the select ones that do, but like you said, it makes sense. I wouldn't say it's played at every Giants game I've been to, but it plays pretty often. So I mean, I picked hearing the fireworks from my house. So I don't know if you want to make another pick.
Well, my pick was just like all the special games, like giveaways, bobbleheads. Fireworks are included in that, but
Yeah, but another pick because for sake of time, I can go with a couple, and you can branch off. Like I've already got a couple loaded.
Yeah, let's do that because I'd say probably in the next couple minutes, I'm ready to cut out, go to bed.
I'm gonna miss red versus blue versus white, which turned into green versus gold versus white.
And also turned into the giant-headed
mascot race.
Mascots running physically down the field. Yeah.
Yeah.
With Ricky Henderson,
Eckersley, I think Raleigh Fingers, maybe.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Gonna miss that.
Yep.
I'm gonna miss the feeling when like a player, like the feeling of standing up when a player hit a home run there. The crack of the bat and just standing up and watching it go into the bleachers.
Yep. I'm
gonna miss seeing kids play catch in the parking lot with their dads.
Yeah. And friends.
Yeah.
I guess this is a weird one because it's not specific to the ballpark. Well, it is, but like it's less about because of the ballpark and more about who you came with. But I guess I'll miss like the specific games that I went to and like who I went with, Like it's more of like kind of missing the past, but like also I won't be able to do it again there, So, but like, just being able to, or the memory of going to the games with whoever I went with at any point. It could be a big group with my uncle and his baseball team, or any singular friend that I went with, or a group of friends, or my dad, or my mom, or whoever,
Yeah. I will miss. I had like two on the top of like on the tip of my tongue, and then it just like went away. I guess I'll go. I will miss cheap tickets.
Yeah. Yes. Agreed.
I will miss hearing fans chant, "Let's go Oakland."
Yeah.
We're never going to hear that again.
Yeah.
This hasn't happened for a long time, but I even miss when people were doing the fists in the bleachers for Grant Balfour.
I was just gonna say Grant Balfour, and also it wasn't not the Dougie. The one where Coco
The
Crisp,
Bernie lean.
the Bernie.
Bernie lean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm gonna miss. I've been on the jumbotron before. I'm gonna miss like seeing people on the jumbotron because it's not like I feel like at A's games, not everybody is dressed in A's gear. Like you'll just see random pedestrians or civilians just on the jumbotron. You know what I mean? And like they represent the city of Oakland. It's like anybody walks of life is at an A's game. Whereas if you look at the jumbotron at a Giants game, it's everybody dressed in gear, which is great. You should probably wear sports gear to a game. Like it's probably better that way to like support the team. But the A's just have the vibe of anyone's there.
Yep. Agreed.
I'm gonna miss the glow of the field as soon as the lights came on.
You're gonna miss the what?
The glow of the field once the lights came on, because the field the field at the Coliseum would glow it's like a nice glow to it.
Yeah, I think this one for me goes in line with the fireworks, but I'll miss going on the field for fireworks nights. That was always cool.
I got a good one. I'm going to miss the mural painted as soon as you would get into certain entrances. The mural of all the players sliding head first or hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. Oakland Coliseum players mural.
I'm sure once I see a photo, I'll know what you're talking about.
Oakland Coliseum gate entrance. Let's see if I can find. Oh, come on. I don't want the outside of the gate. It's like once you walk inside, like I'm sure an A's fan watching this would know or would probably know what I'm talking about. But like you would walk through the tunnel as soon as you get checked into the game and you'd see like here I'll kind of share screen at what I'm looking at right now. But like as soon as you would get in through here on like let's just say in a similar location as like this, you would see like a mural painted of like legendary players from the A's.
You're saying where it says like the Raider logo D?
Yeah, but like on the inside.
Yes. No, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm trying to like figure out which gate it is, but like soon as you walk in, it's like maybe it's like right up in here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss the like seeing the concrete. You know what I mean? Like we're not gonna get any more stadiums that look like this ever.
Yeah, no.
You got anything else, Mike?
Because
I'm gonna miss going through bags of peanuts at the Coliseum.
For me, I think I always ate a hot dog. Why does it sound funnier than it is?
No, I'm just
thinking
I
always ate a hot dog.
I'm just thinking like you probably tasted that hot dog for the rest of the night. Like, you could brush your teeth. Like you could brush your teeth however many times. You burp once, you've got the taste of hot dog in your mouth for the whole rest of the night.
I got that dog in me.
Oh man. I'm trying to think of if there's anything else that I'm gonna miss the little TVs that would be in like the sections that show the
Yeah.
replays.
Dude, I remember, okay, where my dad and I had season tickets for the Raiders. We were up towards the top of the row. It was like section 2. It was between like 226 and 232. It was opposite end zone of the black hole.
Mm-hmm.
Second deck, I think. Yeah, it was second deck. And it was like perfectly where, like, if I just looked like this, there was a TV like right there.
Yeah.
So like if there were
It's like
ever
a
any
CRT
replays,
TV.
yeah, or even if they went to commercial, like I could look over here and like it's
Mhm.
weird how they do it. They're filming at all times, so like it's commercial, nothing's happening. You look up here and it's like it might be like a camera on like Derek Carr or something like that, or a replay of the last play or something. But yeah,
I'm gonna miss the old scoreboards. Not the new. All right, I'm gonna miss the new ones too. The new ones are an upgrade, but like the classic scoreboards, you will never get a professional team to have those old scoreboards that are just the lights.
Yeah, for me, it was love-hate because I'm like, God, this is so old. But then also, like, it's so vintage, you know?
It's vintage.
Yeah.
It's outdated for sure. Like what
yeah.
they have is better now, way better now. It's a huge upgrade,
Yeah.
but I miss it.
You done brushing it?
I'm gonna miss getting out of that parking lot.
Like driving?
Like, being in someone else's car while they're driving out of the parking lot and they're stressing, and I'm just like, that was a good game.
Yeah, kind of relaxing finally.
Yeah. I am going to miss. All right. Well, I guess this isn't what I'm going to miss, but I forgot to mention this with the TVs. So I have this memory. I went to this A's game with my aunt and uncle, and man, the A's had Kurt Suzuki as catcher, and I guess there was this play. There was this play at the plate. Like Kurt Suzuki got the ball and like clearly tagged the dude out, and the umpire called him safe. And Kurt Suzuki was like, like the camera zoomed in on his face, like his eyes just like got super wide for like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's why I'm gonna miss like the camera or like the little TVs.
Yeah. I think this is probably my last one. I'm sure if I thought about it more and like really reflected, I'd have a lot more. But and this kind of goes in hand with like the like memorable people at the games, whether it's vendors or fans. But like the fucking, and this even goes in hand with the urinals, or at least your story involving the urinal, of like just funny fucking moments with fans. And I think this goes for any stadium, but like I just feel like Oakland fans are just hilarious people that have a certain, I don't know how to explain them. It's just a wild bunch of people that are all very different but also similar at the same time. There was a Raider game I went to, actually, the Browns game in 2012 that fell the weekend after Al Davis died. Or it was the first home game since Al Davis died. The first game after Al Davis died was the Texans game at Houston that ended with the interception from Michael Huff, where they only had 10 men on the field, and it was like, oh, Al Davis was on the field, whatever. But the following weekend was against the Browns, first home game since Al Davis died. They had John Madden, he lit the torch. It was the first ever game with the torch, and all these legends on the field at halftime and stuff. And like we had like playoff aspirations. Like we were kind of borderline. We were like 5-4, 5-3, something like that. and Jason Campbell was the quarterback. Fucking Jason Campbell was not like a mobile quarterback. I thought he was pretty decent, and he scrambles because he gets pressure like up the middle or whatever. He scrambles, runs for like a 10-yard gain, and the defensive end or maybe outside linebacker, I can't remember his name. It was this white guy. Catches up to him from behind, tramples him, tackles him, breaks Jason Campbell's collarbone. He's out for the season. And Campbell's on the ground, taking forever to get up. He finally gets up on his knees, and a dude two fucking rows behind me just yells, "Get off your knees, you're blowing the game." And I'm like in fucking middle school, dying laughing. Meanwhile, like my dad's sitting next to me like this idiot.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then it turned out he was out for the season, and I was like, but I'll never forget it, dude. It was the funniest thing. It was so well timed because the way, like, most players, they're hurt and then they lay down and then eventually they get up. But Jason Campbell didn't get up. He literally got on his knees and stayed there for like a minute. So, yeah, dude, it was,
Yeah.
it's just moments like that. And actually, sorry, before you go, I remember going to a New England Patriots game, and that was like even kind of borderline before their peak, but post Tuck rule. It was like 2013, so 10 years after the Tuck rule. And Tom Brady comes to town, right? That was when we had Richard Seymour. I remember there was like a false start play where Richard Seymour still kind of sacked Brady, even though the whistle already blew. It was like, oh, fuck yeah. There was this one fan who had a pole that was like 6 feet tall or whatever, and on the end of the pole was like fucking like a glued on noose with a rag doll that had a Tom Brady jersey, and he was walking around with this doll on a pole with a noose with a rag doll with a Brady jersey.
That's
just
wild.
Walking around, and I'm sitting in my seat. He's walking down the aisle and then just walks around like the front, like at an A's game, like the front where you walk and then you would go down the stairs to go down to the like food areas. Like he was just walking for everybody to see him. I was just like, oh my God. Damn.
That's wild. Last couple things that I'll miss. I'm going to miss like seeing the crowds, because you would get a lot of variation. Like you would get a lot of empty games at the Oakland Coliseum, but like I went to a playoff game. It was packed. It was when Stephen Vogt hit a walk-off against the Detroit Tigers, and the A's and Tigers did not like each other. I think, Mike, you hated the Tigers because Prince Fielder would flip off A's fans and yeah. It was just no bueno. I'm gonna miss the yellow rally towels. At just seeing that in the Coliseum was pretty cool. I'm gonna miss that bar in center field. I was able to get my mom a pretty overpriced but nice margarita. The last time I went with my mom. I'm gonna miss, who I went to the games with. Like I think that's what I'll miss the most because it's like. I don't know if there's ever going to be another sports team that like I'll be able to go with a variety of different people as much as the A's because it's like A's tickets are perfect. They're cheap. You don't have to be a fan of the team to have a good time. And anybody can just go. It was super accessible and it's never going to be the same ever again. Like, I went with friends from high school. I went, I'm pretty sure I went with friends from Little League. I went with my dad. I went with my mom. I went with my aunts, uncles, went with my cousins. It's like, it would be so much harder to like coordinate. Like, hey, let's all go to a Giants game. Cause like the travel time is just like greater. And then it won't even be the same again, even if they stay in Sacramento, because it's like, a 2 hour. Who's going to go 2 hours to a baseball game?
It won't be the same Bay Area fans. No.
Yeah, it won't ever be the same. But earlier in this like when we were talking about the A's relocating, like when we first started the topic, I got teary-eyed. So if you rewind it, you could probably see a moment where like I almost start crying because like it means a lot to me, and I'm not even a fan of the team. It's just like I love the Coliseum.
Yeah.
I've never been to. I don't even think I've ever gone to Monster Jam in the Coliseum. I've gone at SAP Center, but like, just going to A's games, it meant something to me, and I was never an A's fan. It's just like fun. And, thanks to John Fisher, thanks to maybe the city of Oakland, it's just never going to be the same again. Never going to get that. But I will forever cherish the memories. And yeah, I'll always cherish the people who I went to the games with.
100% agreed. Obviously, anybody that's willing to listen for 3.5 hours or 2.5 hours of us talking about the A's, they know how I feel.
I feel like we got it, we got it all out, but you and I are going to like talk tomorrow, like on the phone or something. And we're going to say, God, I forgot to bring that up.
Yeah.
But
for sure.
That's the thing about this podcast. I know like as of right now, live, not many people watching. It's midnight or about to be midnight. And I know you have to go to work tomorrow. Mike and I, we go pretty in depth. So I feel like we got a lot off our chests in terms of how we feel about the Oakland A's and just how sad and devastating this thing is. There's no other way to put it than it sucks. And I'm so sorry that we're going to have to end the podcast on such a sour note. You can thank John Fisher.
You can thank John Fisher and potentially the city of Oakland for that. But I think, us actually ending on a positive note with the what we remember and appreciate, I think that was pretty good. Because, yeah, I mean, I would have just gone to bed kind of a grumpy man, Oakland man,
And let's just be thankful that we were born when we were, that we were able to appreciate all these memories, because the younger generations are not going to get it.
Yeah.
They're not going to get anything like what we got. We were the last like generation to get it.
Yep.
From 1968 until 2024. But I just want to take a quick second to thank Paulina, Anthony, and Mr. Jason. So Paulina and Anthony are already subscribers, but Mr. Jason, thank you for coming in, checking out the channel for the very first time, and subscribing to the channel, and just kind of being in here chatting with us. And yeah, anything you want to say before we get out of here, Mike?
No, just thank you to everybody. I cannot wait for our draft podcasts. Between the pre-draft pod on 2 Mondays from now, and also the live pod that we'll figure out how we decide to do that. But nonetheless, I'm excited for the draft. As far as obviously the NFL goes and the Raiders, but also just one last funny thing, not super funny for the viewer, but like we do this every time, dude. At this point, it's just like. We just need to stop expecting these pods to be fast. We were like, it's just going to be the A's. Like, we're going to talk about it for 30 minutes and we're going to get out. Dude, how many times have we come in here saying it'll be one of our quickest pods? And then it ends after 4 hours and we're like,
this might be the longest podcast that we've ever had. This one might be. If not, it was the Trey Lance being traded one. Or something, with that.
Right.
This was supposed to be our quickest one.
Yeah.
But let me just say, I think this might have been our best podcast. And, like in terms of like genuine stuff coming from the heart,
Yeah.
And I just want to apologize to everyone that we haven't been live in about like 3 weeks. I can't say that I didn't say that this was coming. Our episodes are going to be a little bit less frequent than normal. But we're going to be working on, I know it's so easy to create, but Mike and I want to like make it special, to have like a Discord that everybody can join. And if you want to interact with Mike and I on Twitter, we're always available to like respond on Twitter if you guys have any questions, or just want to give us a follow. But mine's at JCK510, and over here Mike's is at mforrester9. But yeah, I think there was more than I anticipated that we were going to unpack for the A's,
The A's and also the kickoff rule change. I didn't expect us to go so in depth and all that on that, but it was fun,
It's fun to understand, that rule. Like now we do. And yeah, this was an excellent podcast, Mike.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. So just because we don't go live in a little bit of time doesn't mean that there's anything going on behind the scenes. We're still here. We run this city, but not this town. I'm just playing. That was cringe. That was the worst thing I've ever said on this pod. All right, have a good night, everyone.
It's still going.